It's the pinnacle of women's Victorian knockout football here at the home of the Matildas today, the 2025 Nike FC Cup final. My name is Georgia Rajic. I'm very pleased to be joined on the broadcast right now by Oscar Rutherford and interim Football Vic CEO Dan Beryl. Dan, welcome, and of course, what a brilliant day of football we have ahead of us.
Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, Oscar. No, fantastic. It's great to be out here at the home of the Matildas. The sun's shining, and we've just been blessed by the weather in the last few weeks as well over that Melbourne winter. But the pitch looks great. We're fortunate enough to see South and Heidelberg warming up behind us, and we just had a great conclusion on penalties in the Steph Catley Plate for the third year of its running, with Caroline Springs triumphing 4-3. So delighted to be here.
I mean, it's a pretty special occasion to have these matches back-to-back as well. But, you know, today's going to be an opportunity for a new winner, so to speak. South Melbourne have never won. Heidelberg won 9 years ago. It's a pretty exciting time to be around Victorian women's football.
Absolutely it is, and I think we see so much of the talent coming through both of these squads as well. We've got A-League talent across both squads. We've got some of our emerging Matildas from the under-16s that are coming through both teams as well. The player of the tournament a few weeks ago, Erin Tarrant, takes her spot in the Heidelberg lineup as well, and some great talent as well. Alexis Pandazopoulos, who scored the winning goal in the under-16s as well a few weeks ago. So excited to see not only the veterans of women's football, but the next crop of hopefully soon-to-be Matildas coming through as well. And it's a great day for it, so hopefully we see some good football.
I mean, it's been pretty close between these two teams so far this season, and, you know, as you said, some really bright sparks of young Victorian talent coming through. But overall, it's just a beautiful day to actually be here and witness. The crowd is really starting to chime in now too. Expecting some good local support from both teams?
Yeah, we are. I mean, Heidelberg being quite local in South Melbourne now, are no strangers to the home of the Matildas. So we saw yesterday in the men's game, obviously their crowd came out, and I know we'll expect much the same today as well for the main game in the women's. These two teams as well, probably to your point, Georgia, don't need any introduction to a rivalry. Over the last 10 years in the women's game especially as well, they've started to form that deep connection. And I know, speaking to some of the players beforehand as well, they both really want to get the chocolates over each other as well. So it's really exciting to see what will transpire today.
I mean, yesterday we saw a pretty exciting match in the Doherty Cup final as well that went down to the final seconds when South got that goal. Are you expecting that similar level of excitement and rivalry between the two teams here?
I hope so. I mean, it's always tough when you have that last-minute winner and unfortunately one team has to go home without the cup or the trophy. But I think for the fans and just from a football sense, yesterday was a really well-played game. It was fantastic and exciting to watch, and I hope we have much the same today. I think the other exciting thing about the Nike FC Cup final is it just brings out, I think, the best in everyone as well. There's a really good vibe and sentiment around the ground as well. I mean, I'm in my Nike suit, as I call it. When I speak to the Nike execs, they say, please don't wear a suit. Wear Nike merch because we want you dressed in Nike. So I hope you're all wearing some Nike. There we go. Perfect, Georgia. But obviously dress like this is the vibe. They want it to be casual, relaxed, but comfortable. And they want, obviously, young boys and girls to be out here and really enjoying the fanfare as well.
Yeah, and we're very grateful for the support from Nike for this competition. It's been a couple of years now they've been sponsoring it, so it's been pretty great to have them along consistently. Thank you so much for joining us, Dan, on the broadcast. All the best for the rest of your day.
Thanks, Georgia. Thanks, Oscar, and look forward to your call.
Brilliant. So, Oscar, it's a pretty big game ahead of us, of course. So, what are you kind of looking forward to ahead of this match?
I mean, there's so much to look forward to, isn't there, Georgia? As you say, Heidelberg have been the best team in the competition this season in Victoria. South Melbourne, we've seen them push Heidelberg all the way. We know the teams played just a few weeks ago, and South Melbourne had to play almost that entire game with 10 players, and they still pushed them right to the edge. So I'm expecting a really exciting and interesting contest between two of definitely the best teams that Victoria has to offer this season.
Well, of course, Heidelberg, they're sitting pretty at the top of the ladder at the moment. I'm sure we'll get into a bit more depth coming up very shortly about what they've done so far, and of course in the lead up to this final. But it is exciting to have this, you know, pinnacle of women's football here this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Heidelberg, of course, really picked up their form around midway through last season and have really not stopped since then. They went on, won the championship last season. Of course, they're running away with the league this season, and now they've got another chance to win another piece of silverware. So it's been so exciting to watch how good they've become, how dominant they've become. And Dan was talking about how good the energy is and the vibes, and Heidelberg really encapsulate that, don't they? Because it's just fun all around the clubs. The coaches, the players, they all get really involved, and that makes them fun to watch and to follow.
I mean, they've had plenty of proven goal scorers across the league and across the Nike FC Cup as well. So definitely a team that's not afraid to score plenty of goals in a match. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a fair few goals early in this game too.
Yeah, and we know that that's the philosophy of the team. They come out to score goals. They've got so many attacking threats. You can imagine how much of a nightmare it would be to defend this Heidelberg team, because the goals can come from anywhere. You look at the midfield, you look at the wings, you look up top. They're all goal scorers. So yeah, it's one of the things that makes them such a difficult team to beat, just the sheer number of goals they can score, I think.
And of course, it's not just going to be you on the broadcast. We're so lucky to be joined by Adriana Taranto, our newest Victorian Matilda, number 21, and of course a two-time winner of the Nike FC Cup. Adriana, thank you so much for joining us.
No, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. It's such a beautiful day, and to be part of the Nike Cup again is really cool. So no, it's my pleasure.
And you're no stranger to success in this competition. You featured a couple times for Calder and part of their all-conquering run that they had here in the Cup as well. How much does it mean to win a trophy like this?
Yeah, it's awesome. I was really lucky to be a part of the 2019, and I think it was the 2021 Cup that I played in. I know I missed one, but yeah, it's so special, you know, and to go on that run that we did with Calder was really cool. And it's just tournament football. It's something different outside of the league, and to have all the teams competing is really cool. So yeah, it's such a special day that Nike put on, and it feels really special to be a part of it and playing it.
And let's talk a little bit about your football journey as well. You're someone who's come through the Victorian pathway. Now you've had the opportunity as a Matilda. How special does it feel to, you know, finally put on the green and gold as a player?
Yeah, it was really awesome. It's something that, again, I've said it multiple times now, I didn't think would happen for me, you know, just getting a little bit older and just injuries, you know, doing my knee early last year, just coming back to football was really tough, and just to get that opportunity to go and put on that shirt was an absolute honour, and I'm just so grateful to have had the opportunity. And I think having a little taste of it now is something that I'm really striving for, and I'm working really hard to hopefully get more of those opportunities. So it was really special to represent my country and Victoria, and yeah, just hope for many more.
And it was a very special day. And I think I've read about the fact that, you know, your sister was there, who's someone who's been alongside you in this journey, of course, and someone who actually won the player of the match in the 2022 Nike FC Cup final was the Teresa D's medalist as well. So how special is it to have her alongside you in your footballing journey?
Yeah, it's awesome. We actually have, I don't think, ever not played in the same team before, and people always say, you know, do it on purpose, and I said no, it's just happened that way. But I think we make each other better on the field. It's like playing with your best friend, and that chemistry's there. We don't even have to communicate, you know, on the field. So yeah, we support each other 100%. It's just so nice to see the success that we've both had, and yeah, she won that year. I don't think I was playing, but anyway.
It is kind of special, I guess. You know, you did joke about the fact that potentially, you know, she did that for you and got some of, you know, the special momentum going for that. But of course, let's have a little bit of chat about this game in particular. I won't pepper you with too many questions, but what's your prediction for how this match will be playing out?
I've been thinking about it, and I really can't pick it. I think, like you both said, I think we can expect a lot of goals. Like you said, there's goal scorers all over the park today. I know a few of the girls out there, and I know how competitive they are. So I think it's going to be a really good competitive game. I'm predicting extra time. I can't pick any team, but I think it's going to be a real arm wrestle, and I think we'll go into extra time.
Well, I'll also ask you a couple of questions. Who do you reckon potentially is going to be the Teresa D's medalist today?
There's a few people out there that could potentially win it. Some really good experienced players from A-League and also just in the NPL. I actually don't know. I really don't know. I can't put anyone. Yeah, I can't think of it. Maybe ask me 10-15 minutes in, and I'll see if I can pick someone. But off the top of my head, I don't know.
Well, of course, we're so excited to have you joining us here on the broadcast with us for this really important match. So I'll be sure to ask you a question when I'm on the sideline about 10 to 15 minutes in. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, we'll see you up there on the scaffolding very soon.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Well, of course, the cup run, it's not exactly easy for a lot of these sides. Let's have a quick look at how the teams made it through. Run by Heidelberg, plenty of goal scorers across the board for them. Oscar, what has really stood out about their journey to this cup?
Yeah, I mean, I think the obvious answer is the number of goals. They've been increasing the number of goals they're scoring week on week. Not expecting them to go above 7 today. South are a pretty solid defensive team. But yeah, we were talking about it just before. The number of players they have who can score goals all over the pitch. Mia Bailey scored a goal in this cup run, the goalkeeper. So they're really happy to share the load around. And it'll be hard to stop them from a South Melbourne perspective. They are a very good defensive team, but that's going to be the biggest threat, I think.
And coming into this match as well, we had quite a different type of opposition, not really teams across the NPLW. So a bit of a different kind of opponent in South Melbourne today.
Yeah, they've definitely been beneficiaries of a softer draw, you might say, not having played NPLW opposition up to this point in the run. That's helped them out. I think that if we look at their performance against NPL teams this season, they probably would have been okay even had they had a bit of a tougher draw, more akin to South Melbourne's. But yeah, they've been rolling through. They'll be filled with confidence, and they know that they can beat teams in all levels in Victorian football this season.
Well, that was a look to Heidelberg. Let's have a look at how South Melbourne's journey to this cup final occurred.
Matthews and gets the cross inside. It's awkward to deal with, and it's bundled over the line. South Melbourne have the lead. Now turning inside, so it's up where she left off. This is Bomford.
Trying to get in, but unsuccessfully returning. South, an opportunity in transition here. Imano has pace to burn, slips the ball through, and South Melbourne, within the first minute, away to Taranto, ball in, Imano! Here's South pushing for the winner. Ball in the middle, Taranto is there, Imano! Can she get the shot away? She can't, but it's Furukawa! Is that the moment for South Melbourne?
Well, South Melbourne, you definitely have to say they had the harder run here today, but some pretty impressive games that they played to get to this point.
Yeah, 100%. They've had a really tough run. You mentioned, while we were talking before, about even that game against Spring Hills in the quarterfinals, a really tight contest. The semi-finals against Berlin, what a game that was. And then even if you look before that, playing Avondale, it's lower league opposition, but we know that they've been the runaway leaders in the second tier of Victorian football this season and very much have the quality to be a top-tier team. So they haven't done it the easy way, South Melbourne. It hasn't been an easy season for them in general, but to be here on this stage is a real testament to their belief and to their quality as well, because you know, a lot of other teams or lesser teams would have crumbled getting to this stage.
And it hasn't been the easiest run as well in the NPL looking at recent form. They got a very important win last weekend to kind of tighten the ship after a run of losses. They have been a pretty strong team defensively. Is that where you think they'll be able to kind of steady the ship in this game today?
Well, we've seen this really interesting transition with South Melbourne this season from the most attacking force in the whole competition in the first couple of months to now one of the most solid defences. And as you say, they've had a rough last month or so. Getting that win against Preston last weekend, I think was really important just to restore some good feeling around the club. It was a late winner from Alana Byrne, and that will, I think, give them a little bit more confidence as they really needed. So they are going to, I think, struggle to keep this Heidelberg team out. But if anyone in NPLW can do it, it's South Melbourne.
I mean, they are one of the two teams that have scored, secured 3 points against them this season in the NPLW. So, well, of course, fortunately, we don't really know which way it's going to go in this match, and that's the beautiful unpredictability about football. But let's have a chat about the lineups. I'll read them out to you as well. So, Mia Bailey starting, as is Cameron Barrero, Molly Burke, Caitlin Carrick, Tamar Levin, Sawa Matsuda, Asuka Miata, Sarah O'Donoghue, Erin Tarrant, Isabella Wardhead, and Rosie Wild. So pretty strong attacking kind of intention laid out by Heidelberg United.
Yeah, definitely a lot of strong attacking intent. Erin Tarrant back in the team is, of course, a really big inclusion to have. She was playing with the emerging Matildas, as we know, and player of the tournament, I think, at that event as well. But yeah, I mean, look at the number of players who could score goals all over the pitch. Tamar Levin, Sarah O'Donoghue, Sawa Matsuda, of course, Caitlin Carrick. These are all proven goal scorers, largely at this level, but also at A-League level, so we know that that's where their biggest weapons are. Whether they can fire today, whether they can find a way to get enough people involved is always the challenge with the Burgers, but they've been pretty good at working that out throughout this season.
I mean, also listening in, they've had, plenty of games. Both these teams have obviously had to play cup games midweek as well as NPL on the weekend. They've been doing a lot of rotation throughout that and been lucky about the amount of injuries. Of course, their, spiritual captain and captain of the side, officially Steph Galea, on the bench. Wouldn't be surprised to see her come on in later stages for this match. Yeah,
it's pretty scary when you have Steph Galea available to you on the bench. Of course, lots of other experienced, quality players as well. Catherine Vlahopoulos, Bronte Peel. These are all players who can come on and make a real impact. They can change the game, and that's not an exaggeration. This Heidelberg team is filled with high-quality players, and you don't have the success on all fronts that they've had without a really deep, high-quality squad.
And course, let's have a look at how South Melbourne will be lining up as well. So Ayana Ayogi getting the starting goals, Olivia Bomford, Alana Byrne, Olivia Edwards, Nikki Furukawa, Annabelle Hafferden, Francesca Iamano, Alexis Pantopoulos, Grace Taranto, TJ Blaneish and Misha Westland. So pretty stable, experienced lineup for South Melbourne coming into this match.
Yeah, and some really important inclusions from that game against Preston. Misha Westland back in the midfield. They were really light in the midfield areas in that game, so to have that stability back I think will be really important. Alexis Pantopoulos was probably their best player in that game against Preston as well, and she's burst into the limelight, you'd say, over the last month or so with that emerging Matildas performance as well. So she's one to watch I think for sure, but you've got high quality experienced players all over the park as well. We know Francesca Iamano, Grace Taranto, they've been here, they've done it before. It's just a question of whether they can execute again today.
Yeah, a lot of those players who would have featured in the 2023 Grand Final win that South Melbourne won. Of course, Heidelberg won the Grand Final in the NPLW last year. So a lot of these players have recently tasted trophy success. Maybe not in this competition, but in others. So we know how desperate, and Franny Iamano, I'm sure we'll hear from her very shortly, about how desperately she wants a trophy for South, especially now leading this season as captain. So it's really going to be some real fight on the pitch from these two clubs.
I think so. They're clubs that win and they're teams and players that win. And that's when you get, I think, the most exciting football matches. Two sets of players who will come in to today demanding that they win, expecting to win. And of course, only half of them are going to do that. So it'll be really interesting to see, of course, if a team falls behind, how do they rally? How effectively are they able to do that? I think that's one of the really good things about today is that I don't think that it will just be a case of one team starts really strong and that's the end of the game. There'll be swings of momentum. There'll be moments where both teams are better. And that should make it a really watchable game and keep the result in jeopardy throughout.
I mean, even if you do look at the bench as well, so there is definitely some players like Raquel Doralis on the bench for South Melbourne, another proven goal scorer across Nike FC Cup with Calder in previous years and also in the NPLW. Again, so both these teams do have the benefit of having a great extended squad, not just the players who get the nod on the day, but also on the bench. Yeah,
Raquel Doralis, Keisha Sandu as well, of course. These are players who are incredibly experienced and incredibly valuable assets. They'll be playing a big role, I'm sure, in pre-game and in terms of setting, particularly their younger teammates, for this occasion. But yeah, being able to come on in the second half, either when they're needing to tighten up the ship or whether they're needing to go for the goals. We know that Raquel Doralis is a really good asset to have when that's what you're looking for. So yeah, both teams filled to the brim with quality and talent, and they've hopefully got a really good game in store for us.
Well, Oscar, I asked it to Adriana. I'm going to ask it to you. Predictions. Are you expecting extra time as well, or do you think it's going to go down to the wire?
Well, based on the game a few weeks ago, I'm expecting that there will be moments where it's really tight and difficult. I think the start of this game will be really important. In the game a couple of weeks ago, Heidelberg got ahead in the first 15-20 minutes and they were able to defend their league from then on, but that was with a player advantage. So I think it'll be tight. I think this will be difficult for Heidelberg to break down South Melbourne. It's just a question of how long they can keep them out throughout the game.
Yeah, well, of course, we're not too far away now from kick-off. Well, of course, it's just not that far away, and again, it was beautiful conditions here at the home of the Matildas today as well. We had some interviews with the two captains of both sides. Have a look at what they had to say ahead of this match.
I think you have to, for a big game like that, you have to show up in small moments. So 1% is everything. We aren't here to show up, like we're here to win. So we know how Heidelberg play. They're very familiar. It's an unreal matchup, to be honest, but I've said it to the team, there was no luck involved in getting to where we were. The run that we had was huge. We were up against teams that we probably weren't the favoured for. Obviously you're having your Avondale and Bulleen, Spring Hills, we had a huge lineup. So it definitely hasn't been easy. And it's just about preparation, but at the end of the day, it's who wants it more. You have to be ruthless. You have to want to kill. You have to want to, it's dog eat dog. You have to want to, leave your body on the field.
I think the plan is just to focus on ourselves and what we're good at, and not to change too much leading into a grand final. Too much change can obviously unsettle things, so we'll be focusing on ourselves and practicing what we do well together. And obviously South Melbourne's great opposition, well coached as well. So I feel like being a derby as well, it's just like these games can go either way. So we're just going to make sure that we rock up on the day, prepare well, and I'm sure we'll be able to lift that trophy at the end.
We're here at the home of the Matildas. It is the pinnacle of women's Victorian knockout football. It is the Nike FC Cup final between Heidelberg United and South Melbourne. This is where I'll leave you for a moment. Of course, my name is Georgie Rajic. I'll throw across Oscar Rutherford and Adriana Taranto, our commentary team, and they'll take you through to the broadcast.
Well, hello and welcome to the home of the Matildas. It is Nike Cup final day on a glorious Sunday afternoon in Melbourne's north. Heidelberg United and South Melbourne getting ready to do battle for the first piece of major silverware on the line in season 2025. Heidelberg currently the runaway league leaders. South Melbourne, they've battled their way through an extraordinarily tough cup run to get to this point. And today the two teams, two of the famous clubs in Victorian football, will go head to head and try to claim the Nike FC Cup. My name is Oscar Rutherford. It is my great pleasure to be joined this afternoon by Matilda and A-League star Adriana Taranto. Adriana, it's a massive day. What are you looking forward to?
Thanks, Oscar, for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm just looking forward to watching some good football, to be honest. Like I said before, I think it's going to be a super competitive game, a real arm wrestle between, two top teams, and I'm excited to see who comes out on top.
We will run you through the two starting 11s, as we of course can see. We're just a matter of minutes away from the players walking out onto the pitch. Should ideally be a graphic there with you to support you when we do get to that point. But I mean, Heidelberg, as we know, Adriana, have been the dominant force in Victorian football so far this campaign. They picked up midway through last season, went on to become NPLW champions, and now, of course, they've continued that run. They should secure the premiership in the next week or so. They've obviously got the opportunity to win the Nike Cup today, and then will be in finals as well. I mean, what have you seen from afar as been the things that have really made Heidelberg as dominant as they have been this season?
Yeah, Heidelberg's one of those teams that have been competitive for a number of years now. I remember always playing against them. It's always a tough game. I was actually speaking about this before. I just think they've got a bit of grit in them that anyone they come up against, they can beat, and they've just got this fight and just bravery to really give it to anyone they play. So yeah, they're always a really tough team to come up against. They've got some quality players, some great experience in, a player like Steph Galea, who I think lives for these type of games. She's always the experience that she brings to these type of games and the way that she's just always up for it. She's always either scoring goals or just making stuff happen. And a few A-League girls and some really good young NPL talent in there as well that can really shake some things up. So yeah, I'm looking forward to what they bring out here today.
South Melbourne, of course, their season's been a little bit less straightforward. It's been a comfortable ride for the Burgers up to this point, but for South, they started the season on fire. Those first 6 weeks, they were scoring for fun. They beat Heidelberg 5-1 at Olympic Village. It was a shocking result at the time, and to be honest, it's even more shocking looking back at it now.
Yeah.
They've had a change in coach since then, a bit of a change in play style. They've become much more controlled, much more defensive in how they've approached the game. What are you expecting to see from Justin Mikulev's team this afternoon?
Yeah, again, South is another powerhouse team that's always been competitive in this league. I think having a bit of a mix-up mid-season can either sometimes make or break a team. You can either come through it and push through it and end up doing really well, or it can go the other way. I think South have enough experienced players and quality players that it will go well for them. I know, obviously working with Justin before, he's come in and obviously changed the way that they've played a bit, and some of the experienced players that have come in as well, I think will settle the team down. And again, I think we're going to see lots of goals today. There's so many goal scorers in that South Melbourne team, as well as Heidelberg, that it's really hard to pick where it's going to come from and who's going to score. But a really, really exciting game that we have here today.
Saw, of course, the teams in front of you just there for a second. One change for South Melbourne from the 11, which came out and got the late winner against Preston Lions last weekend, as the graphic is back on your screens. Misha Westland is back into the 11. That's a massive inclusion in the centre of the park. Justin Mikulev was scrambling a bit to fill the hole in midfield for that game against the Lions. But Westland, we know what a high-quality operator she is, and she should really provide some stability to the middle of the park, would you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think midfielder, winning that midfield battle is going to be key today. I think whichever team can get on top and kind of control that midfield, win those contested possessions and get the ball up and to their forwards and out wide is going to be the team that probably comes out on top. I know from someone who has played in the midfield, if you are winning those battles, usually you're more in control of the game. So to have a player like her back in the squad is obviously a massive lift, and hopefully they can control the ball in that midfield.
For Heidelberg, meanwhile, a couple of changes to their team, which got over the line against Spring Hills in their last game, a 2-1 win for them as they continued their march towards the premiership crown. Caitlin Carrick and Erin Tarrant are the two players who are back into the 11, two of the brightest prospects in Victorian football, and they've taken the place of Steph Galea and Bronte Peel in the starting 11. It's, firstly, a high-quality couple of players to be able to put on your bench if you're Dennis Georgakopoulos, but then some fantastic players to bring into the 11 as well.
Yeah, 100%. It's so important to have that young talent and that depth in the team. Obviously, you would want a player like Steph Galea and her to bring that experience and come on and start, but if not, to have someone like Caitlin Carrick and that young talent to come on and do that job is really important. So I think having the depth to be able to do that and still be solid as a team is super important, and it'll be exciting to see what they can bring to the game today.
Really is an admirable list of substitutes for both teams. We know the depth that both teams are bringing. Obviously, you've got Bronte Peel, you've got Catherine Vlahopoulos, Heidi Drahl as well, all players who we've seen throughout the season for the Burgers who provided some real quality coming off the bench and in all parts of the pitch as well. For South as well, we know that they've got Akeisha Sandhu to come, Raquel Doralis, what an established pedigreed goal scorer at this level. Do you think, how much of a role do you think that those substitutes will play as we get into the second half? I think
a massive role. I think it takes, the 16, 17 players that are selected on game day to win the game. You just never know what's going to happen, I think coaches come into the game hoping to make subs later on, in the kind of dying minutes of the game or if there's extra time, but if someone, hopefully this doesn't happen, but if, coaches are forced to make changes early on, you want players to be ready to come on and know exactly what they need to do and do that job. And I think both teams have those types of players where the coaches don't have to stress about the team not being able to do what they need to do. So a massive role the subs have today, especially if it does go into extra time, which I still think I'm predicting will happen. So we'll see.
Predicting extra time?
Yeah.
Is this a game that you're expecting to be incredibly high scoring, the kind of way that I think the Burgers would play it out in their minds, or a bit more tight and defensive for South Melbourne?
I think it's just going to go one or the other. I think it'll be like that 0-0 arm wrestle where no one can score, or it's going to be like a very high scoring game that ends up in a draw. I think, these are two types of teams that are super competitive and just want to score more goals than the other. So, I'm going very high scoring or no goals into extra time.
Well, we're seeing both sets of players making their way out onto the park, led by our refereeing team. A massive occasion, a healthy crowd at the home of the Matildas as well, both in the grandstand and around the pitch. We, of course, already had the Steph Catley plate played a little bit earlier on. Caroline Springs' George Cross coming away with the chocolates in that one. And now the big opportunity for Heidelberg United and South Melbourne. Heidelberg, grand final winners last season. South Melbourne, grand final winners the season before that. These are two teams with winning pedigree. They know how to bring it on the big stage. Adriana, you were, of course, part of many a dominant Calder team who have won this competition more than any other team by a long stretch as well. I mean, how important is that winning mentality when you come into these kinds of games? Yeah,
100%. I said this before. Nike put such a good show for these cups, and they make you feel really special being a part of them. And it's tournament football. It's a bit different to the NPL league, and just to have that shield is really special.
With the national anthem done and dusted, we see the handshakes coming through as both players get ready to take up their positions on the park. Mia Bailey, of course, the captain for Heidelberg today, with Steph Galea starting on the bench. Both of these teams filled with experienced players, with leadership. And teams are both of such high quality as we know that Heidelberg and South Melbourne are. Adriana, how important is it to have those leadership figures, those captains who can pull you together when things are going well or when things are not going so well?
Yeah, super important. I think both these sides have a really good mixture of, like you said, that experience, but also that young talent. And these are the types of games where you need to bring all your experience. You've got a bit of nerves and there's a bit of pressure, and I think having those sorts of players that have obviously been in these positions before can settle the team down and just go out there and play your football. And that having that role and the honour of being their captain comes with that pressure of maybe taking on a bit of the nervous energy and calming everyone down. And I know both those girls are super experienced and talented, and will hopefully get both their teams over the line and playing some good football today.
As you mentioned, one of the big excitements from today is the combination of both established players with A-League pedigree, but also some of the young talents, the players that we saw in the emerging Matildas camp a few weeks ago, the likes of Alexis Pantazopoulos, Erin Tarrant on both teams as well. It's a really exciting mix as we've taken a look at both benches in the last minute or so. Justin Mikulev, of course, taking over in the middle of the campaign for South Melbourne. Heidelberg led by the double combo of Sven Samuel and Dennis Georgakopoulos. Those two overseeing the good vibes at Heidelberg that have carried them to this point. And we are We're just a couple of minutes away from kick-off now, as the Burgers will get us underway. Looking to be through Caitlin Carriage. We know how important the start proved to be last time these two teams played at Lakeside about a month ago. Heidelberg came away with the 1-0 win on that occasion. Thanks to a wonderful Cam Barrero free kick. Well, they did have the benefit of playing most of that game with a player advantage. Heidelberg, Alana Byrne sent off just before Barrero executed the free kick, so we know that even with a player disadvantage, South are very capable of making life difficult for the Burgers. We're underway at the home of the Matildas Nike Cup final. Heidelberg getting things started, going from left to right on your screen. South Melbourne looking to spring what would certainly be a bit of an upset this afternoon. They're starting from right to left. And the Burgers make their first foray into the South Melbourne half. With the scorer, the last time these two teams met, Cam Barrero, sending the throw in towards O'Donoghue, whose heavy touch will allow South Melbourne their first look at the ball, which will be taken by their inspirational captain, Franny Iamano. Someone that I know, you know Adriana Taranto. She's an intense competitor, speaking to her about a week ago before the game about how badly she wants this, and she isn't someone who's particularly friendly on the pitch. You don't want to get in her way when she's playing football. Yeah,
I think she mentioned that in one of her interviews in the process of doing them for the Nike Cup. Franny just brings the energy to the team. Just absolutely will not give up on the ball, and has the experience to calm her team down. But yeah, definitely a feisty player that doesn't shy away from a tackle, but that's what I love about her.
Ball sent forward, met by the head of Liv Edwards. Edwards, of course, coming up against her former club today in Heidelberg, as Bomford sends it towards Pantazopoulos. But the referee's whistle will allow the Burgers to reclaim the ball. Our central referee, Shab Saban, overseeing things in the middle of the park. And for the first time in the game, Heidelberg will spend some time passing it around the back. This is, of course, a feature of how Dennis Georgakopoulos likes his team to play, controlling the game, controlling the tempo, forcing the opposition from side to side. I'd imagine that just over the course of 90 minutes, or indeed the potential of extra time, it's just exhausting having to defend constantly without the ball and trying to be disciplined with your positioning.
Yeah, and South look pretty happy to just let them kind of play those few passes at the back, and it seems like as soon as they get to that halfway point, they start to put the pressure on, and it seems like it's working so far, winning that ball back in their mid-third.
Haffenden sending it up towards Furukawa. Well defended, though, by Heidelberg, who've managed the couple of early threats effectively. Nikki Furukawa, the leading scorer for South Melbourne in the league so far this campaign. 6 goals to her name, as well as a couple in the cup. She's likely to be one of the main attacking threats you'd expect. And by the looks of things, Grace Taranto will be playing in that similar position to that which she played against Preston Lions last week, almost in a number 10 role, just a battering ram coming through the middle, whilst Alana Byrne also in midfield to accommodate both Haffenden and Edwards at the back. Here is the Heidelberg captain, Mia Bailey, using Bella Wallhead, one of the mid-season recruits for the Burgers, making her way back to Victoria, having spent the A-League campaign with Perth Glory. Both of these sides serious beneficiaries of that mid-season transfer window in the end of the A-League season. It's another one of those players, TJ Vlanich, sends the ball up towards Taranto. It's well defended initially by Burke, but there's an opportunity perhaps for Furukawa, who skips clear of Barrero, goes central towards Misha Westland. And eventually Heidelberg do enough to come away with the ball. Charge led by Rosie Wild, but South Melbourne enjoying their best minute or two as they apply some attacking pressure. This is Pantazopoulos. Cuts inside onto her right, Alexis Pantazopoulos. Tries to use the support of Bomford, but the Heidelberg numbers pay off. Crunchum challenge coming in. TJ Vlanich will be happy to shake that one off, you'd think, though.
Yeah, she loves those. She loves those type of tackles. Yeah, I think South are looking to play with slightly inverted wingers, and especially on this left-hand side, trying to get TJ Vlanich up the line and maybe whipping balls in on her left foot.
Here is Taranto. Grace Taranto thought about pulling the trigger. A combination of Burke and Wallhead able to come away with possession before Carriage spreads it to Barrero on the left-hand side. Barrero sending it up towards the dominant threat on the park, Sawa Matsuda. Pantazopoulos again asked to chase. Does so effectively, gets around Tarrant and goes with the curling attempt, but Mia Bailey will be happy to watch that go well wide of her post. As that ball goes out of play, we'll take the opportunity for the first time this afternoon to throw to our sideline reporter, Georgia Radjic, getting a fantastic view of things between the coaches. Georgia, what have you seen in the opening minutes?
Well, it's not so much what I've seen, but what I've heard. South Melbourne coach Justin McCullough really telling Alexis Pantazopoulos to go for the shot, take the shot, actually encouraging the players on the field to tell her to go for one. So it does seem like South Melbourne really have that intent to attack early against a high-flying Heidelberg.
Yeah, the South have certainly thrown themselves at these early attacks, making life really uncomfortable for the league leaders. This is Sarah O'Donoghue looking in board. Her pass towards Levin is cut out by Byrne, and South can now spring forward. Space for Furukawa on the right-hand side. Has Pantazopoulos in the middle if she chooses. That's where the ball goes.
Oh, that was a great ball across the front of the box.
Best early look at goal for South Melbourne. Pantazopoulos not in the position to turn it home, but the attack is continuing. Looks as if Heidelberg will eventually come away with the ball, but a really good look in and showing the danger that Nikki Furukawa will pose in this game. And Tarrant just not able to keep the ball in play. Fair to say, Adriana, after the opening 7 or 8 minutes, the most watchable contest has been between the two young players on the pitch, Erin Tarrant and Alexis Pantazopoulos, going head-to-head, having both broken out on the big stage about a month ago. We're really seeing the quality of both of those young players early in this one.
Yeah, 100%. I think South have probably had the better of the chances at the minute. Just catching Heidelberg on the break, that was a fantastic opportunity. Great ball across the front of the goal there. Just needed a tap to get in. Yeah, Heidelberg seemed to have a bit more possession, but mostly in their back half. I think they definitely would like it to get up a little bit more and have that possession a little bit higher up on the pitch.
Ball sent forward by Burke towards Matsuda, who has Liv Edwards chasing with her. It's a good first touch from Matsuda. Sawa Matsuda with the cross. Chance for O'Donoghue, brilliantly blocked. And South survived their first major scare of the afternoon. Maybe they can punish on the counter as well. The wrestle between Furukawa and her central defensive opponent in Rosie Wild. Eventually Heidelberg come away with the ball, but that's the first real good look for South.
Yeah, just as I said, South had better of the chances. Heidelberg went and did the same thing. That was a great shot by Sarah there, and just a great defensive block as well.
Both teams posing their major threat down the right-hand side in the early minutes, as we see Ayana Aoyagi, who's been wrestling back and forth with Christina Esposito for the starting goalkeeper position this season. Aoyagi doing enough to earn herself a shot on this stage. She might be called into action in a moment as Caitlin Carriage threatens the cross. Haffenden trying to keep her away. The ball does come in, but Vlanich got there ahead of Matsuda. It may not have mattered as the offside flag is raised, and indeed that is acknowledged by our central referee, so South Melbourne will be able to restart play from the back. As we get another look at that Matsuda chance, wonderful ball in, but Annie Haffenden, who's been an ever-present at the heart of defence for South Melbourne this campaign, talking to some of the players, they know how important she has been and rate her incredibly highly with a couple of different centre-back partners, but Annabelle Haffenden, one of those players who really stands out in this league. Of course, having also spent a couple of campaigns in the A-League competition. This is Burke trying to send the ball towards Carriage. That one cut out again by Haffenden. Westland and Miata wrestle for control. Miata gets the cross towards Matsuda. The offside flag is up. Matsuda scuffed her shot in any case. It's starting to really see the danger that Sawa Matsuda poses.
Yeah, that was a fantastic ball. Obviously offside, but you could see what she was trying to do there. She just got her head up there around the corner and slipped it behind the back four. So that was a great idea.
You mentioned pre-game, Adriana, how important you think the midfield battle will be in control. Aska Miata, of course, for Heidelberg has been a central component of that for the last couple of seasons, and we've already seen in moments how effective she can be shielding the defence but also just controlling the tempo of the game.
Yeah, 100%. And I think already 10 minutes in, you can see kind of whoever is winning that second ball in midfield is where they're breaking out and have had both of those opportunities. So I think, again, maybe not winning the first ball, but the second ball, getting it down and being able to play out at that quite congested area is where both opportunities have come from. So I think whichever team can kind of get on top of that will probably find a little bit more joy going forward.
Well, it's certainly been an even first 11 minutes. Both teams having looks at goal.
Can't pick it.
It's making for an incredibly watchable game. We were predicting extra time pre-game.
Yeah.
The first minutes suggest you could be onto
yeah,
something.
I think so.
Of course, as ever though, cup finals, they can turn on one or two moments. One player doing something magical, a mistake, those kinds of incidents. So often what decide who comes away with the silverware. This is Misha Westland for South Melbourne. Looking towards Furukawa. Rosie Wild using her body cleverly. Furukawa nearly sneaking back in front, but Mia Bailey got there first. South Melbourne aiming to win their first ever Nike Cup. They've never won this competition, South. Surprising record for a club so storied. Although they have been in the Knockout Cup final on more than a few occasions, 4 times in fact. They're yet to win a single cup final though. Yet to score a goal as well. It's not been a happy occasion for South up until this point.
Yeah, that would make them... Oh, it would definitely make me hungrier to get that win today, that's for sure.
Well, you would know, having been part of one of the colder teams that beat South Melbourne. 3-0 in 2021.
Yep, I was playing that year.
That's right, it was 3-0 colder again the year after, and I think that was the game that your sister was player of the match.
Yep, I remember that one too.
Heidelberg, on the other hand, they have won this competition once before, back in 2016. It was a comprehensive win as well, 4-0 against Bulleen Lions. One of the better occasions in the club's history. One player on the team sheet today who also featured in that game. No prizes for guessing that it's Steph Galea. Starting today on the bench. Pantazopoulos' cross is towards Furukawa. It was awkward to deal with, and a really firm coming together as there's a long-range shot in the follow-up by Alana Byrne. Mia Bailey will be happy to watch that sail over a crossbar, but Liv Bumford, body on the line. Burgers to get us back underway again. Have to credit the work of both teams out of possession in the first 14 minutes, because you don't really feel like either's been able to assert control and really feel comfortable. As soon as there's a minor misstep, the opposition are there to pounce and threaten on goal again. This is Wallhead. Spreads the play towards Tarrant, whose first touch is a little heavy. That allows Bomford to get in a toe. Vlanich and Edwards work it out between themselves. That ball, though, asking a little bit too much of former Bentley Green, Liv Bomford. This time the Burgers go with a more direct approach. Miata's ball over the top towards Matsuda. It's got too much juice on it. Well controlled, though, by Caitlin Karich in the middle of the park. It's a big part of the Heidelberg threat, the number of different ways they can get the ball forward. That time a little bit more direct.
Yeah, I think they've been trying to play out and like we've been seeing, have that controlled possession more so in their back third. And South do have a pretty high line, so I think that is an option over the top if they can get the timing right. Fastest route to goal, so 100% that's an option that they could be taking.
See that ball played out to the right-hand side where Franny Iamano right in front of Georgia Rajic on the sideline. Georgia, you've got another update for us.
I was just going to talk about Oscar before, about the fact that South Melbourne haven't scored in their previous 4 appearances in this final. Of course, they haven't had much goal-scoring opportunity in the league in recent weeks too. They've only scored, well, twice in the past. They only have been kept scoreless in 3 out of their last 5 matches as well. But they've been having such a great goal-scoring run, and we've seen in the last few matches that they've played in the Nike FC Cup, the semi-final and the quarter-final, it has been their captain, Ini Amano, stepping up. So I'd be surprised today. I feel like she's been a bit quiet in the opening stanza of this match, but once she gets a bit more involved, I wouldn't be surprised if she is going to be one of the players on the score sheet this afternoon.
Thanks, Georgia. It's a really good point that you bring up about the goal-scoring troubles that South Melbourne have had over the last couple of months, as we see that long ball once again causing some difficulty for the South Melbourne defence, but they work it out effectively. No doubt, Adriana, in your career you will have dealt with that awkward mid-season coaching change and maybe a change in play style or philosophy, becoming more or less defensive. And you can imagine that for a set of players, how difficult can that be, trying to make that adjustment and continue with your success that you were having beforehand?
Yeah, 100%. I think, like I was saying before, it either kind of makes or break a team, and it just takes time to kind of get used to the playing style that the coach wants you to play, and the players all need to jump on board and kind of get used to that as quick as possible. I think in terms of scoring goals, South have so many players that can score goals, and sometimes football, it's just football, and it one of those little things that you might go on a 4 or 5 game streak of not scoring, and I think it can be maybe in your mind a little bit, but I don't think it's going to affect the South girls too much. They're going to, do what the coach wants, play the same way, and just hopefully keep creating opportunities and, well, hopefully put them away as well.
Once again, Sawa Matsuda teasing the offside line, in that case Asuka Miata. See how often Heidelberg just waiting on that brink of the offside trap and trying to get in behind South's defence. Of course, with the reduction in goals for South Melbourne, it has been accompanied by a really solid defence. No team have conceded fewer than South's 21 goals across their 19 games in NPL football this season. Of course, on the other hand, no team scored more than Heidelberg's 47 goals across 19 games this campaign. So in some sense, it's a battle of attack against defence. And now it's South Melbourne doing the attacking through Liv Bomford. Wrestles with Tarrant, a youngster doing really well with her positioning. Vlanich crossing over the top of everybody. And once again, the offside flag is up. So both defences being helped out by our assistants early on this afternoon. much as we talk about Heidelberg's goal scoring, it's worth mentioning as well that they are yet to concede a goal in the Nike Cup this season. They've made it all the way to the final, never let a goal in, albeit those games against lower league opposition. Looking to replicate a couple of the colder teams of 2021 and 2022 and winning the Nike Cup without conceding a goal.
I didn't even know that. There you go.
Didn't concede many goals that
They say defence wins games, so I think it's definitely something they will be striving for today, for sure.
Don't win as much as Heidelberg have without both a good attack and solid defence. This is Miata. Looks cross field where Karic is in a little bit of space, tries to loft it over towards Levin. But Aoyagi was quick off her line. Haffenden for South Melbourne. As Furukawa presenting for the ball. Trying to draw the Heidelberg team out of their defensive shape as they go cross field where Westland was harassing. Attack could well be continued here down the middle by Grace Taranto. Heidelberg do just enough to scramble away with the ball. And Wallhead is composed under the Pantazopoulos pressure. Matsuda's once again gone a little bit early, according to our assistant. Maybe just some of those attacking nerves, wanting to get in behind so desperately, give yourself that head start. We do see it often, don't we, in the big games?
Definitely frustrating as a forward. I get called for offside often. I'm always looking back at the refs and saying, you're wrong, but no, it's definitely, South are holding a really, really good line and they're all on the same page and communicating really well, so that's making it tougher for Heidelberg to get in behind.
Edwards coming into the South Melbourne defence over the last few weeks, with the likes of Byrne and Taranto stepping higher up into the pitch. That ball towards Pantazopoulos is a good one. Once again, she resumes her battle with Tarrant. This time the defender gets the better of things, but does concede the corner.
That was a nice ball through. Nice move from South Melbourne there. Through the middle and out wide.
Really is how both these teams play, just so capable of hurting you seemingly from nowhere. One through ball, one cross. And if you're not absolutely alert, you can very easily fall behind. It's Heidelberg doing the defending now as Liv Bomford prepares to deliver this cross corner. Yeah, Bailey came to punch and didn't make great contact with it. Heidelberg nonetheless come away with the ball, led by Tamar Levin. Turns one way, then the other, ran into Iamano, who was able to halt the counter-attack. And that enables the Burgers to reset. Heidelberg are awarded the throw, so they'll restart play quickly. Matsuda trying her luck. Of course, when you're a player who's scored as much as Sawa Matsuda has, plays a big role in getting her team to this kind of occasion. She's the team's leading scorer in the Cup as well as the league. You can imagine that it'd be hard not to put that extra bit of pressure on yourself, that this is the occasion where it really counts to perform. And maybe that's why we can expect to see some more frustration from Matsuda when it doesn't pay off, maybe as it has often this season. Yeah,
100%. If you've come into a game like this, scoring lots of goals, these are the ones that you definitely want to, they all count, but these are the big ones that you want to be scoring in. And yeah, you can see she's a little bit frustrated. It's just that final pass that's not it's not coming off just right. We are only 25 minutes in, so I think the more that both teams settle in, we'll start to see those passes, finding the right players and the timing being a little bit better as well.
These teams have played a handful of times in the Cup before today. Never in a final. As we see South Melbourne trying to spring forward again. Have split the wins. South Melbourne have 2, Heidelberg the 1. Heidelberg most recently. Last season, in fact, when Askaniata was one of the scorers as Bergers knocked South Melbourne out.
They were moderately well rated, but they didn't do us well.
Bomford overhits the ball. Has been the way with most of this game up to this point. Just those final balls not quite picking out their targets in the way that this calibre of player usually does.
Yeah, I think the funny thing about these night cups, especially with two teams who have played each other so many times, is they're so familiar with each other and the way both teams play. But I always say you never look at past results because these games are so different. Finals, I think, are a very different game, and anything can happen. So I'm sure both teams will be coming in not really thinking about past results because finals, yeah, they're just a different feel.
Yeah, well, even looking at the past results, it's not going to be that helpful for either team.
Yeah,
Consider
exactly
how even the matchups have been. Just a peculiar little stat that neither team has won as the home team in any of the last 4 meetings. The away team's won every time. But of course, at a neutral venue today at the home of the Matildas, so that won't come into any calculations. And I know you've just said how unimportant past results are, but for what it's worth, these teams have played 58 times in their history up until this point. South Melbourne winning 31, Heidelberg 21. So both have managed their fair share of victories over the other.
Fair share, exactly.
Not a whole lot of draws. 6 draws in 58 meetings. These teams are rarely satisfied with sharing the points with the other. And today, of course, there has to be a winner crowned. Go to extra time and penalties if necessary. And Haffenden has Matsuda buzzing around, and that pressure's paid dividends. Matsuda now can launch the attack. Haffenden scrambling back defensively and does so really effectively. Fair to say both defences on top in the first 28 minutes of this game, Adriana?
Yeah, I think both teams are looking to kind of break forward there. Like, I think it was a 4v4 just then, but I think both teams maybe just rushing a little bit and, again, not hitting those passes and first touch not being as clean as they probably would like, which is breaking up the play and giving the other team the opportunity to set back up like we're seeing. So I think if both teams can just get a little bit more controlled possession forward up in their front half, they might see a little bit more chances created. But right now it looks like both teams are going off that break and a little bit rushed. But I think, again, 30 minutes in, like, they'll start to settle down now and hopefully find those passes.
I mean, there are a lot of similarities between this game and the one between these teams at Lakeside about a month ago. After that early Heidelberg goal, so much of the game spent in tight areas, neither team able to create that many high-quality chances. Both are very good at frustrating the other, but Sarah O'Donoghue's won back the ball in a really good position here. Cuts inside towards the centre of the park and plays it now towards Levin, who unleashes Tamar Levin. Had Ayana Aoyagi scrambling just wide of the post.
Yeah, that was a great strike from Levin there. I know she can hit them, so not a bad idea there. No, I'll never tell someone off for taking a shot, that's for sure. Wasn't too far away as well.
You wouldn't want to limit your future opportunities for long-range attempts, so wouldn't be fair to start calling people out for doing it themselves. Tamar Levin is someone who we know has a track record for being able to score those kinds of goals. It's a dangerous giveaway though for South Melbourne. Vlanich back to curtail the danger.
Yeah, I think both teams are just rushing a little bit. I think they've got a little bit more time than they think, and you know, again, it's a final, and if it's a little bit of a bobble or a bad touch, both teams are kind of just kicking the ball away. But I think they've got a little bit more time than they think to get the ball down and play.
Burke's cross inside, met by the head of Vlanich. Now, opportunity for South Melbourne to counter-attack. Allhead got a touch in, but only into the path of Taranto. Westland charges forward and is dragged down by Caitlin Carriage. Some suggestion of maybe the first look at the referee's notebook, but happy to continue with no yellow card.
Yeah, I think that was a smart foul there, just stopping South from getting any momentum, breaking forward.
Caitlin Carriage, one of those players who's really grown and developed largely on the Victorian stage over the last few years. Of course, also playing Melbourne City in the A-League. And you can see that she's become a real threat at this level this season. That ball in is awkward for Mia Bailey. Looking in the direction of the sun, never comfortable for a goalkeeper, but managed that one really smartly. Donoghue in the middle of the park. The route forward is blocked off by Taranto. Taranto, along with Miata, the only players to have scored against today's opposition in a cup fixture before. As we see Matsuda trying to pick out Tamar Levin. That one was first reached though by Ayana Aoyagi.
Again, you can see what Heidelberg are trying to do there. It's just that final pass that's not coming off just yet.
Georgia Radjic, it's been a tight and tense opening to this game. What's the atmosphere like with both sets of coaches, of course, sitting on their respective benches? We're back to Georgia in a moment. She's just slightly occupied as we speak. This is Pantazopoulos for South. Furukawa has space in the middle. Unusual opportunity for South Melbourne. Taranto now continuing the attack. Just not on the same wavelength as Furukawa. Uncharacteristic of the Heidelberg defence to leave such a large amount of space in the middle of the park.
That was a big gap straight through the middle, but I thought South probably could have used that opportunity a little bit better. It was a good idea from Taranto, but I think she probably could have gone wide. I'm not sure who was running down the right-hand side there, but she did a good job to draw both Heidelberg players in. I think a little slip out to the right they would have got a shot off. That was a great opportunity.
Good look on goal for Furukawa and Taranto, just not quite on the same wavelength. We will now take the opportunity to go down to Georgia Radjic. What's it like, the mood on both benches, Georgia? It's been a tight and tense opening to this game.
Well, funnily enough, I couldn't hear you, Oscar, just before because there is quite a bit of volume coming from both the coaches, but particularly from the South Melbourne side, a lot of conversation happening between Justin McAuliffe and Franny Iomano, especially when we're seeing those fouls get called at pretty much the halfway line about exactly where he wants his captain to be placed and pushing forward in this game. A bit more reserved on the Heidelberg side, but I'm expecting, of course, with, there will be a bit more volume heading into the back end of this half.
No, and it's a really good point about having the captain and coach right next to each other, as Franny Iamano and Justin Mikulev, usually just a few metres separating them in these games when South Melbourne are attacking the way that they are. Speaking of which, here is Pantazopoulos again. It's another nice cross. Bailey has to come and claim. He did really well, the goalkeeper. That was a difficult situation with players all around her. Did just enough to get her hands on it. Of course, this game, the last of a series of cup finals that have taken place on this pitch over the last 24 or so hours. A bit over 24 hours now, closer towards 36, but that, of course, has its effect on the surface.
Yeah, there's a few little bobbles that the girls are trying to figure out a little bit.
Just slightly, or another factor to contend with for both teams, as we see Askamiata putting her body between the ball and Grace Taranto, but in doing so has given away a corner. With that, South Melbourne, another opportunity to get the tall timber forward. Something that they're not short of. Of course, you see Haffenden and Edwards up in the box. Byrne, Taranto, threats as well. Even Pantazopoulos, all capable of getting their heads onto this one. First, the Bomford delivery. Sent in right into the heart of the box. Bailey came to punch, headed off the line. Heidelberg do just enough to get the ball away. Heart and mouth moment for the Burgers.
Oh, that was a great save. I thought that was in for all money off the line.
See the drag back on Furukawa. Well, I think see Tamar Levin showing the first yellow card of the game. So we see Bailey came to punch, just totally lost her sense of where the ball would go. Almost a disaster at the back for the Burgers, but they do just enough to get the ball clear. We'll have another dead ball to contend with, though, in the next couple of seconds, as this time TJ Vlanich from the opposite side. Of course, going from that shaded area into the sun as well, so a number of factors to contend with for Heidelberg defending this one.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for TJ, especially on her left foot.
Ball sent in. It's once again a low skidding delivery, but Molly Burke doing really well to position herself and was brave, as she knew there would likely be some contact coming from behind.
Well, South's definitely putting pressure on, but Heidelberg's doing quite well to defend these set pieces.
I'm tempted to say that this is probably what Justin Mikulev had in mind in terms of how the game has looked. It's been uncomfortable, it's been difficult for Heidelberg. They've really disrupted the team who have been so dominant in Victorian football this season. And as you say, Adriana, they are building the pressure as another cross is sent in. Levin didn't quite get there first. Byrne with the shot, saved onto the crossbar, and Heidelberg just about get the ball away.
I'm not quite sure how South haven't scored.
Mia Bailey yet again doing just enough.
Well done to Heidelberg for taking that pressure on. They've still got to throw in to defend here, but some really big chances for South.
You wonder if it will come back to bite South, coming agonisingly close to opening the scoring. If you're unable to do it, we know how Heidelberg can hurt you at the other end.
Yeah, you definitely don't want one of those days where the ball just doesn't go in the back of the net, and yeah, sometimes that can creep into your mind a little bit, you know, what else can you do to score, but I'm sure they'll have plenty more opportunities.
What do you think Heidelberg need to do at the moment, because the game is not in their control?
Yeah, I think just keeping the ball, like, as we're seeing here, just in their front half. Like, they've had the controlled possession in their back third, and then as soon as they progress up the field, they're losing the ball, and sometimes that's from South Melbourne's pressure, but sometimes it's from them looking for a pass that's maybe not on. So I think just keeping the ball in this front half.
See both coaches barking out instructions to their team. Lots of gesticulation. Heidelberg, of course, the two-pronged coaching force of Sven Samuel and Dennis Georgakopoulos. So we see O'Donoghue threatening a shot, instead uses Miata. And Miata just slipping as she got the shot on towards goal, and that allows Aoyagi to claim.
I think South could probably use their width a little bit more as well. Getting the ball wide, drawing South out, and then hopefully finding those gaps to slip those little balls in that they were doing in the first 15 minutes.
Here is Misha Westland. Uses her captain on the outside, and Iamano. Met, though, by Caitlin Carrick, who's certainly added a number of defensive qualities to her game this season. Very much a team defence for Heidelberg, and even the attacking players like Carrick very happy to get back and support. Here is O'Donoghue. Clever lofted pass into the path of Levin. Levin sending it towards Matsuda. Aoyagi diving double fister, but the offside flag means it wouldn't have counted in any case.
Yeah, well done from TJ there, just to hold her line, and Liv Edwards as well to hold that line and get Heidelberg offside once again.
Well, we're into the final few minutes of the half. We'll throw back one more time to Georgia Radjic on the sideline. Georgia, just a few minutes to go. What are the final instructions for the half from both coaches? Try to get back to Georgia before the half-time whistle blows, but for now, it's Heidelberg in possession in their own half. You imagine that often in this position, Adriana, it's just about getting to half-time unscathed. Might not be the case, though, for Heidelberg, as Taranto charges forward, uses Pantazopoulos. That was cleverly read by Tarrant. Furukawa went with the cross. Barrero positioned to block it behind.
Yeah, like you said, Oscar, I think Heidelberg will be wanting to go into the half without conceding a goal just because of how much pressure they're under. And I think South are probably thinking if they can snatch one before going in, just with all the great opportunities they've had.
South will certainly, yeah, as you say, feel a little hard done by if they get to half-time without a lead, having created the better opportunities. It's another attempt towards goal. The offside flag means that once more it wouldn't have counted. It's certainly been a feature, both teams going slightly ahead. We'll try now to head back towards Georgia Radjic on the sideline. Georgia.
Yeah, thanks, Oscar. Well, Sven Samuel, the assistant coach for Heidelberg United, really speaking to the players about trying to put that ball long over top of Olivia Edwards. Of course, Edwards was a player with Heidelberg last year in that championship-winning side, so I would say they'll be pretty familiar with them, and Heidelberg looking to pump it long in the final couple of minutes of this half.
Yeah, we've seen Sven making those hand gestures, the over-the-top hand gestures, a few times in this first half. That's certainly how he sees as the route towards goal for the Burgers. Again, Matsuda's offside.
South are doing a really good job of keeping that line.
Certainly frustrating the Heidelberg attack as we head towards the last minute of the first 45. You know, of course, that both teams, as mentioned, have some real attacking threat still to come in this game. On the bench, the likes of Bronte Peel, Catherine Vlahopoulos, and of course Steph Galea for the Burgers if things continue to not go their way in the attacking third. Well, similarly for South Melbourne, Keisha Sandhu, Raquel Doralis. There aren't many better positioned players to come into a game like this than Raquel Doralis, as we see Tarrant looking to skip around Vlanic. Eventually it's cleared away by Bomford. Pantazopoulos. Still Alexis Pantazopoulos. She's been the nearly player in this first half for South Melbourne. They're going to her often on that left flank, and she's usually getting past one, maybe two. The finished product not quite there yet as Vlanic's cross cannons into Wallhead, and South Melbourne will have themselves another corner opportunity.
I thought she probably could have kept going here. You could see what she was trying to do. I think slip it into her teammate in the middle of the park there. Great run though.
Bella Wallhead getting her body in the good enough position as we head into first half stoppage time. So final couple of opportunities perhaps to come. Bomford with the low delivery. It gets over the fists of Bailey. Again, Heidelberg scrambled it clear. Somehow, some way. Chance for the counter, O'Donoghue. Goes central for the run of Burke. And now Carriage. This may be the Burgers' best chance on the counter, with South Melbourne retreating back into their defensive shape. Sent towards Matsuda, but Vlanic front position. And that was really clever from Olivia Bomford. Could allow South to spring forward yet again. Taranto gets past Levin, and Pantazopoulos is through on goal. Alexis Pantazopoulos has Furukawa central if she wants, goes herself, skies the attempt. And that's the It's the final action of the half. A thrilling first 45, no goals to show, and somehow Adriana Taranto, South Melbourne don't have the lead.
Yeah, I'm not sure how, really. They've had some fantastic opportunities. Yeah, I think they've just got to come out in the second half and keep that same pressure on, and hopefully one of them goes in, because they're doing all the right things. It's just that last little pass or last little decision that's not really going their way, and yeah.
Plenty to think about and discuss if you're Sven Samuelson, Dennis Georgakopoulos. They need to turn this game back into their usual outings where they're in control and dominating the contest. It hasn't been the case in this first 45, but there's plenty still to be played out in the second. Half-time at the home of the Matildas in the Nike Cup final. Scoreline remains South Melbourne 0, Heidelberg United 0. Matsuda with the cross, chance for O'Donoghue, brilliantly. Shinyata gets the cross towards Matsuda, the offside flag is up. Matsuda scuffed it, Shinyata gets the cross towards Matsuda, the offside flag is up. Matsuda scuffed it inside towards the centre of the park and plays it now towards Levin, who unleashes Tamar Levin. It's inside towards the centre of the park and plays it now towards Levin, who unleashes Tamar Levin. The way that they are. Which here is Pantazopoulos again. It's another nice cross. Bailey has to come and claim. Did really well, the goalkeeper. That was a difficult. Bomford with the low delivery. It gets over the fists of Bailey. Again, Heidelberg scrambled it clear. Bomford with the low delivery. It gets over the fists of Bailey. Again, Heidelberg scrambled it clear. Bomford with the low delivery. It gets over the fists of Bailey. Again, Heidelberg scrambled it clear. This is through on goal. Alexis Pantazopoulos has Furukawa Central if she wants, goes herself. Skies.
Well, a big good afternoon once again to everyone. We're so thrilled to have you join us here on this beautiful Melbourne day. We would also like to take this moment to celebrate the recent success of our youth state teams who competed at the Emerging Matildas Championships. We would love to take a moment to reflect on the outstanding campaign of our under-16 Victoria Blue side, who after 6 days of intense competition against some of the nation's top young talent, emerged eventual champions, overcoming New South Wales Sky in the final to take out the title. To honour this incredible accomplishment, we're proud to introduce the tournament winning squad and present them with their championship trophy right here with you today. To present the championship trophy, I would love to invite up next to me the Football Victoria Board Deputy Chair, Lee Sammartino, Football Victoria Board Director, Eleanor Niteros, and Head of Youth Development, Steve Mortome, to join us on the field and to give them a very big warm welcome as they bring out the trophy. Could you please join me right now in putting your hands together to congratulate the under-16 Victoria Blue side as they enter the field one by one. Please welcome number 2, Emmy Traynor. Number 3, Kira Saris. Number 4, Astrid Bochi. Number 5, Gaia Capsimalis. Number 8, Olivia Nicolazzo. Number 9, Kaya Jugovic. Number 12, Joanna Zois. Number 13, Ruby Kay. Number 14, Micah Regev. Number 15, Daniela Squatrito. Number 16, Layla Habib. Number 20, Christina Singtalides. Number 25, Dali Gold-Birchmore. And we have a couple of the emerging Matildas playing in today's match. So please put your hands together for number 6, tournament MVP, Erin Tarrant, scorer of the winning goal in the championship match. Number 10, Alexis Pandazopoulos. And number 7, Heidi Dalton. Please also put your hands together for team manager Lara O'Grady, physio Josh Karts, goalkeeper coach Melissa Maisels, assistant coach Reed Mulholland, and the captain, number 11, Abigail Cheshire, and head coach Santiago Escudero. That is your 2025 Under-16 Emerging Matildas champions, Victoria Blue.
Congratulations, guys. I think we're done, but I'm not sure if we're still in shot, so we'll just stand here for a moment. It might be, I'm not sure. Thanks so much, guys. Thank you.
back online, double check, I've changed audio, rebuilding as well, check rate is good. Might take a bit.
Welcome back to the home of the Matildas. 0-0 the score at half-time in the Nike Cup final. South Melbourne and Heidelberg battling it out in what was a really hard fought first 45. Fairly even for a large part of it, but safe to say, Adriana Taranto, that as the half wore on, South Melbourne looked more and more threatening, and by the time the half-time whistle blew, we couldn't believe that they didn't have a lead.
Yeah, like you said, I think it started off very even, and then South just kind of found a little bit more momentum and created some big chances on set pieces as well. So yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what the coaches had to say. I think just going off what Steph Galea said at the end of that half was just that players having more time than they think on the ball and not rushing, and also just using the wide areas a little bit more. It's been very congested and played very much down the middle. So I think if both teams can kind of get it wide, draw some players out, they might find a little bit more space closer to the goal. But yeah, I still don't know how South didn't score, but yeah, still 0-0.
Yeah, taking a look at some of those first half highlights, we saw the offside flag playing an important role in often frustrating Heidelberg, Sawa Matsuda in particular. That effort from Tamar Levin, probably as close as the Burgers came, narrowly wide of Ayana Alyagi's post. And this player, Alexis Pantazopoulos, was a live wire down the left-hand side, causing plenty of havoc for the Heidelberg defence, and Mia Bailey, who had plenty to contend with in between the sticks for the Burgers. See the sun continuing to set as the shadows lengthen on the home of the Matildas' main pitch. Of course, one of the real joys of this game so far has been the atmosphere in the crowd. You can really hear it. Adriana, these two, of course, two of the biggest clubs in Victorian football, and they've shown it with the crowd that they brought for this event.
Yeah, I think putting a show like this always draws the crowd out, and I think also Melbourne putting on such a beautiful day has definitely helped. I think the weekend's been absolutely perfect for football. So yeah, the sun's slowly going down. It might still cause some problems. Probably, maybe. Oh, both keepers seem to be in the shade, so it might be okay. But yeah, some good numbers out for a good show, I think.
Might cause some problems for us, is it?
Yep, definitely for us.
The scaffold ceiling. But in any case, we're underway at the referee's whistle. Shamsaban getting play. Back started. And the first team to make their foray forward were South Melbourne, but Heidelberg very quickly getting things back into that contested middle park of the pitch. And very early on, the offside flag is back in action. Heidelberg United winning almost every game that they've played this campaign. Just the 2 defeats all season, one of them to South Melbourne right at the start of the campaign. The other one a couple of weeks ago against Box Hill. They have slightly come off their very best form, Heidelberg, in the last month or so. That 2-1 win against Spring Hills at the weekend, narrowly getting it done against one of the really tough teams to get past. One of the teams that South Melbourne beat on their route to the Nike Cup final, Spring Hills in the quarterfinals. Cross sent in by Caitlin Carriage, well overhit. And that will allow TJ Blanich to quickly send the ball forward towards Pantazopoulos. Goes into bat, into wrestle really with Wallhead, and continuing her run is Pantazopoulos. It's along the deck. net by Wild. And that's some really solid defence. One back though, thanks to the Furukawa challenge. Now Bomford threatening to get the ball into the box, and South will settle for a corner. And Alexis Pantasopoulos picking up where she left off in the first half.
Yeah, she's finding a lot to joy running there. She's quite speedy, running basically past a few Heidelberg players there. And again, it's just that final pass that's not coming off. But we have another set piece, and South are keeping the pressure on.
This was certainly an area where they caused a lot of trouble for the Heidelberg team towards the end of the first half in particular. Bomford on the delivery again. It gets over everyone off the crossbar. Furukawa continuing the attack. Westland's cross to the back post, and it's behind for a goal kick. Well, not quite even. The referee's assistant does confirm, but somehow we're doing the same thing again, Adriana.
I hate to say it, but it might be one of those days where the ball just doesn't want to go in the back of the net. Again, I'm not sure how that hasn't gone in.
Looked to be a Annie Haffenden head. Thundered it into the crossbar. South Melbourne will be wondering what they need to do to open the scoring today. Not sure if Mia Bailey's had any charms on the frame of her goal pre-game. Certainly coming through for her so far this afternoon. Well, if you're in South Melbourne's position, Adriana, how much of a mental toll does it take to keep coming so close to getting the goal? Of course, initially that could give you some extra enthusiasm and some momentum, but when it keeps happening and it keeps not going in, can it be really difficult to continue making those attacking moves?
Oh, it's definitely frustrating when you...
Ball through here for O'Donoghue. Goes with the cross along the deck. Matsuda Yamano did just enough. That would have been the ultimate sucker punch from the Burgers. Westland has about 3 opponents to contend with. Levin winning it back for Heidelberg. Still Tamar. Levin goes with the curling attempt well wide of the goal frame. Just like that, Heidelberg showing that if South continue to not take their chances, they'd let the frustration build up, as you were saying, Adriana.
Yeah.
It can really hurt you.
Yeah, I think it's frustrating because you're doing all the right things, and again, the ball's just not going in the back of the net. I think the only thing to do is to keep pushing and keep creating and just hope it does come off. But I think those moments that Heidelberg, that chance they just had, definitely makes you think, how can we be on top and have all these chances, and then one moment can just change the game. So
yeah, really difficult for South Melbourne in this position, just to continue with the momentum and to continue to put their best foot forward. Saw in action the sheer number of Heidelberg attacking threats. That ball over the top is picked up by Pantasopoulos, who really looks as if she's growing into the game. She started strong, but she's getting better and better. And as that foul is called, we will take the first opportunity in this second half to throw to Georgia Radjic on the sideline. Georgia.
I just want to touch on what the conversation has been about South Melbourne, their opportunities. It's a bit reminiscent of a game they played against Brunswick Juventus in the league back on the 12th of July. South had 23 shots to Brunswick's 6. They ended up losing that game 3-2, and I know talking to the commentator of that game afterwards, and she said it was, very frustrating for the side because they had so many solid opportunities, just weren't able to put the ball in the back of the net, and I'm wondering if it's a bit of a repeat of that game at the moment.
Yeah, those are the kinds of things, Adriana, that will be coming into the players' minds at the moment, those kinds of games.
Yeah, 100%. I think I've played in a few games where, you have, after the game, you're looking at the stats and you've had 30 plus shots to the opposition's 1 and you've somehow still lost the game. But I think that's football, and at the end of the day, it's about the ones that you take and not the ones that are just created. So I think it definitely is going to be playing on South Melbourne's mind, and they'll really want to put one away just to kind of calm those nerves down a little bit, I think.
And of course, some of the chances that South have created won't necessarily be reflected on the stats, just how close they've come. Hit the woodwork 3 or 4 times now. It's been an unbelievable Nike Cup final. And on the other side, if you're Heidelberg, you somehow keep
Counting
escaping.
your lucky start, yeah, exactly. But again, that can also give you a bit of some confidence that, okay, maybe it is our day, you know, we've gotten lucky, but how many more of those can we take until one goes in? So I think they're definitely going to want to shut that down and make sure that South aren't getting that close to another opportunity again.
They're certainly wanting to make use of how fortunate they've been in the game up to this point. Furukawa set a task, but Lindsay Wild was favourite to it. Furukawa nonetheless stealing in behind. Well defended in the end though by Wild and dragged back as well. So a couple of minutes ago, Justin Micallef, the South Melbourne coach, on his feet, pacing in his technical area. Sends the nerves really emanating from the bench as well, but also desperately trying to keep the positive mood in throughout the team, keep the optimism high. Molly Burke heading that towards her own coaching technical area. Miata out towards Camberero. Goes central towards O'Donoghue, who has Burke, 1-2. And now Carriage could be in behind. Haffenden is on the better angle. And sends it towards the corner flag, out for a throw.
Yeah, I think Heidelberg can just use their width a little bit more. You could see there when their fullback was getting the ball out wide, it just drew South Melbourne out and they were able to play through the middle again. So, yeah, I think using the width a little bit more might help them create a few more chances.
Barrero tried the cross, comes off Iamano. Now it's Heidelberg with the chance. Nerves will be jangling for South Melbourne. There would be a real cruel twist of irony if they were to concede from a corner now. Levin is the player to deliver. Yeah, Bailey, the captain, shouting some instructions at her teammates just to ensure they're set up correctly for any second or third balls. Levin with the ball inside. It's a good one to deal with, just a massive bodies. And Heidelberg will get another crack at it. Referee just making sure everyone's behaving as they should before the cross is sent back towards the penalty area. Here it comes now. Again, it's flat and low. Flick on header towards the back post. Wild was the nearest to it, and she'll look to recycle the ball, continue the attack. Crowded out effectively, though, by Alana Byrne, and Pantazopoulos can now spring forward on the counter. Has Westland ahead of her, who's herself Pantazopoulos, and not even she could take on the 4 Heidelberg players. Matsuda uses Barrero. Goes with the low cross. Edwards was there and cannoned it into Levin. And a similar trick as last touch comes off Camberero. You sense that they've responded to an extent, Heidelberg, since that last chance. They came into this half hoping to really change the direction of the game and to concede another heart and mouth opportunity as they did. And now really putting their feet down.
Yeah, I think it's evened up a little bit again. Heidelberg finding more joy in their front half.
I've got to say, there's not a huge surprise that South Melbourne have made it really difficult for Heidelberg to score, but I don't think many were expecting South to have created the weight of opportunities in the way that they have. any team deserves to be in front at the moment. It is South Melbourne. That doesn't count for much as O'Donoghue nearly pinching back the ball in a really dangerous position. Burke gets it up towards Miata. Bomford comes away with the ball and Burns sends it forward towards Furukawa. That one maybe a bit clearer of an offside call. Of course, a reminder that South Melbourne have played in 4 of these cup finals before and never scored in any of those games, so to be up to their 5th and now approaching an hour in, still yet to score. Forgive them for wondering if it's ever going to happen.
Especially after creating so many chances like that.
Carriage uses O'Donoghue and now Burke. Only Burke, that's a nice ball towards Levin. Tamar Levin, the first touch. Levin! Heidelberg lead in the Nike Cup final. They've absorbed chance after chance. And they go down the other end and Tamar Levin puts the Burgers in front.
That was a great ball, but I think it was Burke there. Great little peel off the shoulder from Levin and a really, really nice composed finish. Well, just as we were saying,
real heartbreak for South Melbourne. Having created the chances that they have, it was a wonderful ball from Ollie Burke and Annie Haffenden slipping at an inopportune moment. Levin isn't going to miss a chance that clear cut. And all of a sudden it's the Burgers in pole position to claim their 2nd ever Nike Cup. Adriana, if you're South Melbourne in this position, you created all those chances, hit the woodwork, I think 4 times.
Yep.
Somehow you haven't scored and then you are on the receiving end of that sucker punch. Who are you turning to? How difficult is it in this position to keep going?
yeah, it's definitely a sucker punch. It can sometimes just drain the life out of some players, but I think it's just important now. This is where you want your experienced players, your captains, to step up, not panic. There's still quite a bit of time in the game. You know, not just giving the ball away. They have created so many chances, so I think just kind of keep doing what they're doing and just be more clinical in that front third. But I think also just tightening up at the back and make sure Heidelberg don't get another chance on goal.
Yeah, of course, it'll become a greater Heidelberg threat at this stage because South have to commit more bodies forward. Here is Sawa Matsuda with the back heel for O'Donoghue. Well, it hasn't taken a lot for Heidelberg to get their confidence back.
Yeah, it can also rattle the team a little bit. You know, you're on top, you create all these chances, and now you find yourself behind. So I think South they just need to settle again, keep the ball, and not kind of get too panicky and rattled, and stay in their position and stay tight as a team and not open up the field too much, because it does look like it is opening up a bit, and that's when you have a lot of transition and pockets start to open up, and that's not what you want.
Well, Georgia Rajic are in prime position to see the reactions of the respective benches. A real gut punch for South Melbourne, but no doubt elation for the Burgers. Try and get back to Georgia later in the half. For now, though, Heidelberg, you can just see the confidence with which they're playing. It's amazing how a goal can just transform a team's mood and their vibes. We'll try again throwing to Georgia on the sidelines. Georgia, can you hear us now? And we'll try our best to hear you.
Oscar, can you hear me?
We've got you now, Georgia.
Brilliant. What I was trying to say before was, we saw both teams obviously with two very different reactions. A lot of celebration on that Heidelberg bench, but Justin Mikulev talking to TJ Flanish about the fact that if the midfields are cut inside, there wouldn't be that opportunity for the goal to be scored. And I'm just going to leave it to you for the moment.
Yeah, Mia Bailey having
Exciting
to...
stuff happening there through Pantopolis again, I've really been impressed with her performance, especially for such a young player in a game of this magnitude.
Mia Bailey once again stepping up and making the strong claim. Can of course be really difficult for a goalkeeper when you've conceded the quality of chances that she has and had her heart in her mouth more often than not, just to keep a cool head and keep the defence calm as well. Mia Bailey, I'd say, has done a really good job up until this point at that.
Yeah, 100%, and I think she'll also, as much as, you don't want the other team having those opportunities, she can have some confidence in some of the saves that she has made. And, it's like they say, the more touches you get on the ball, the more confident you are. So sometimes you don't want to give the keeper too many opportunities and too many chances to kind of be comfortable in saving the ball and stuff, which she's done a really good job at. So she definitely seems like she's commanding her back four there. And
Yata's ball for Matsuda. Sawa Matsuda stretching for it. Just too much ahead of her. And Ayana Oyagi will be grateful that that ball got to her first. Once again, South giving away the ball. It can be so hard to reverse the momentum when it's looking as it is. That will help though, as Taranto's made a gift of it. Here's Furukawa. Nikki Furukawa for South Melbourne to equalise. South Melbourne a level. Nikki Furukawa got her opportunity through the legs of the goalkeeper. 1-1 in the Nike Cup final.
just like that. I'm not going to lie, I actually didn't see that ball because I think it's Alana Byrne that's gone down. Seems to be in a bit of pain, but what a great finish through the legs of the goalkeeper.
Really
back at 1-1.
Really from nothing, the ball gifted to Grace Taranto. And when you give players of Taranto and Furukawa's quality that much time and space, more often than not they'll make you pay, as Furukawa did there. Nikki Furukawa's third goal in the Nike Cup this campaign. And Georgia Radjic, how quickly games of football can turn.
How quickly indeed, but more importantly, Alana Byrne really was on the ground. I build up of that.
Just having a little bit of difficulty getting to Georgia. We're hearing bits and pieces, but try and get those technical issues resolved. I was mentioning Alana Byrne going down in the build-up. She is back on her feet, Alana Byrne, and not looking totally comfortable, hobbling a little bit. Well, what a moment for South Melbourne to equalise, having just gone behind. It looked as if everything was going wrong, and now their captain, Franny Yamano, is charging forward yet again, trying the reverse ball towards Taranto. And well, we've got a real cup final on our hands now. See the celebrations, Nikki Furukawa going and hugging the assist giver, Grace Taranto. A heartwarming moment for a player who started this season so brilliantly. And of course, the first goal that South Melbourne have scored in a cup final. Well, where do we go from here, Adriana? It's been a seesawing contest.
Yeah. It's definitely opened up a bit now, very much end-to-end stuff. So honestly, it looks like anyone can really score at this point.
It was clever from Matsuda to send through O'Donoghue, and Liv Edwards getting back and providing defensive cover. Well, we're usually good every second time we try to throw to Georgia Radjic, so Georgia will go to you again, as you were saying, in the aftermath of the goal.
Yeah, I was just wanting to say about the fact that Alana Byrne was on the ground and really having that conversation with the medic and the coach about coming back up. But again, really important to note, the first goal scored by South Melbourne in their 5th appearance in a Nike FC Cup final or knock-up final in this state.
What a way to do it. They had to work so hard to get that opening goal. Of course, we have seen in these situations sometimes that leaves the floodgates to open, and South Melbourne add another 2, 3, 4 to their name. Heidelberg will certainly have something to say about that, though. Also the first goal that Heidelberg have ever conceded in a knockout cup final. Albeit the sample space of matches is quite a bit smaller. Just the one previous final that they've played. Important touch there from Molly Burke. It could present the opportunity for Wild to release Matsuda. You can see how much more open this game is. Both teams looking so dangerous every time they just hoof the ball forward. Well, in a game that's posed the best attacking team against the best defensive team, fair to say that we've seen moments of both. It's been a captivating contest up till this point. That ball over the top for Levin. It's a clever headed pass to herself. In the end, the combination of Haffenden and Edwards comes away with the ball. Well, one back by O'Donoghue. There's a few options in the box. She goes there now. It's an awkward one for Haffenden, who in the end was able to send it to Iamano in space. But we will have the referee's whistle as Sawa Matsuda has come off worse for wear from that bit of contact. So yeah, now Yagi making that elbow motion, suggesting that maybe that's where the damage was done. And Matsuda able to shrug it off and good to continue. Some movement perhaps coming from the benches in the next few minutes. Hearing word that Molly Burke might be about to be withdrawn to make way for Bronte Peel. Very much an attacking change from the Burgers. Peel, who's been a bit of a cup specialist this season, 3 goals to her name. This is Karich. It's a good ball to the back post. Matsuda was there. Aoyagi eventually claims. All of a sudden, it's the South Melbourne goalkeeper having to deal with a number of dangerous balls into the area. Adriana, it really has been a breathless contest up to this point, and still got plenty of time to go. 20 minutes of the 90 remain.
Yeah, I think the game's definitely opened up a lot. You can see the lines between the girls aren't as tight and as close in from both teams, and yeah, opportunities coming from both ends just because of how much the game's opened up.
Iamano takes the throw. Now Byrne lobbing it up towards Furukawa, and Mia Bailey gave the shout that she would come and collect. Furukawa was offside. Scorer of the equaliser for South.
Yeah, I think both teams just need to try and hold on to the ball a little bit more.
Looks a little bit like how he started the game, really.
Yeah, very transitional, and you know, it gets to that point in the game where you just want to get the ball forward and score. But like you said, there's still 20 plus minutes to go, which is quite a long time. So I think just both teams need just to keep the ball a little bit more and work their way up the field, not giving the ball away too cheaply.
You surprised that we haven't seen any subs from either team as of yet?
Not really. I think probably around the 70, because both coaches are probably thinking if it does go into extra time, this would be quite early, as we do have one just as I say that.
Yeah, that foreshadowed substitution sees Molly Burke's afternoon come to an end, and the introduction of Bronte Peel, player brought in from Maitland in northern New South Wales this season, having been the player of the year in that competition last campaign. She certainly made a positive impact on the Burgers, adding a number of goals to her name, especially in the Nike Cup. Spoke to Sven Samuel a bit pre-game, and well, he's never made a secret of the fact that his team are all about scoring goals. If they're going to score, we're going to score more. Very much seeing that philosophy in action. Bit of danger at the back for South Melbourne as they attempt to play their way out of their own final third, or defensive third rather. Bronte Peel applying the pressure to Iamano. And does enough to win her team back the ball. Herrera getting there just ahead of Misha Westland and calling for the last touch of her South Melbourne player, and our referee agrees. So the Burgers will get another look in at goal.
I think both teams will be looking at set pieces this late in the game for an avenue to goal.
So it is the scorer of Heidelberg's goal, Tamar Levin, who will deliver the in-swinging ball right into the centre of the box, but a couple of South Melbourne heads there first. Levin will get another crack. This time to the edge of the area, but Haffenden using her physicality wisely. Pantazopoulos, opportunity perhaps for Iamano. Has Taranto running centrally, Franny Iamano. That's where she heads now, but Guerrero will shepherd the ball back to her goalkeeper. Just as we get later and later, every time there's one of those counter-attacking moves, the tension is that little bit greater. Moving closer to the next goal being the winning one. Bronte Peel, the target of that release ball. Nikki Furukawa getting back to cover alongside Annie Haffenden. And Bomford just unable to keep the ball in play. "15 minutes remain of the 90 in the Nike Cup final. Goal now would go a long way to sealing the cup for either of these teams. Trying to toe that line of throwing bodies forward and ensuring you can defend a counter-attack. Here is Pantazopoulos looking to get past Wallhead. The defender did well. Heidelberg, though, will have another corner to contend with. Liv Bomford resuming corner-taking duty. To the heart of the box, Bailey comes with the punch. Westland on the edge of the area. We saw the idea, but Caitlin Carriage has won back possession for Heidelberg. This is Matsuda. TJ Vlanich needed to win that battle and did. Heidelberg waste no time getting play back underway. Crossfield ball met by Edwards. Intercepted by Westland. Still Misha Westland dealing with a tug of the shirt from Tarrant. And that will result in the youngster being shown a yellow card. Misha Westland putting on the afterburners. And Tarrant joins her teammate Tamar Levin in Shamsaban's notebook. Liv Bomford will get another crack, this time from a slightly closer position. Not necessarily easier to do damage when you're as close to the penalty area as Olivia Bomford is here. You can see the massive bodies at the far post. That'll make life tricky for Mia Bailey if it ends up there. That's where Bomford heads. It's got a little bit too much height as it goes over the crossbar. A decent effort from Olivia Bomford. I think that if Mia Bailey can get to the end of this game without having conceded from a set piece, she'll consider it nothing short of a minor miracle.
Yep, thanking the crossbars and post for sure.
Here's Taranto for South. It's again for Rakawa, the outlet. This time, though, she went a little too early. And fitness and concentration, so important at this stage of what's been a really hard-fought and tight Nike Cup final. Adriana senior players would, of course, become particularly pivotal with their cool heads. The youngsters also, though, still perhaps capable of running games out and wreaking havoc for defenders, even at this late stage. Here is Bronte Peel, met by Iamano, one of those experienced heads that we were mentioning.
Yeah, 100%. You want your experienced players to step up, but also for those young ones, you want them just to come out and bring the energy. You know, especially this late in the game, a few tired bodies, tired legs. You want those young players to come on and just really go for it and take the game on.
Touch from Bomford allows Miata to win back possession. And a pretty firm challenge coming in. Some dispute as to which way the call would go, but it's Heidelberg who will continue their attack. We had those two goals where the energy, the intensity, the tempo of the game really shifted up a few gears. I feel like we're just dealing with the come down at the moment as both teams ready towards maybe one final push before the end of the 90. Ferrero looks inboard to O'Donoghue. Peel getting there just before her opponent, a really firm coming together with Westland. Miata beating Taranto to the ball. And now Peel in space on the left, but the offside flag is up. Heidelberg, we are expecting to make another change in the next couple of minutes. Maya Hayson, who's a regular feature in the back line for the Burgers, coming in to replace Erin Tarrant. Of course, has had a big role this afternoon, Tarrant, trying to keep tabs on Pantazopoulos. It's won her fair share of battles, even if Pantazopoulos has really been a significant threat throughout the game. Westland shielding the ball back for Byrne. Now Iamano retreats and Haffenden launches it forward. Falls into the path of Grace Taranto. This is Furukawa out wide to Westland. Westland with the first time cross. There is Bomford. It's just over the crossbar. South Melbourne very nearly.
Couldn't get her foot around the ball there. That was a great build-up from South. I still think getting that ball out wide is the way to go for both teams. Getting those crosses in the box and getting those tap-ins is the route to goal, especially with the game being so open.
You can understand Misha Westland wanting to really fizz the cross in, make it hard to defend, but also made it difficult for Olivia Bomford to get her body in the right position. She did well to direct it towards
get contact
the goal.
on it, yeah.
Georgia, final 10 minutes. What are you seeing from down there on the sideline?
Well, both coaches were having a healthy conversation with the fourth official here, especially after that last foul conceded around the halfway line. But it looks like we'll see, Heidelberg again go to the bench. South Melbourne really happy to play out with their starting 11, and at the moment they've really worked their way into the game. We've seen throughout the game plenty of strong opportunities, but you can't help but feel that they've just been able to build and build the longer that this game has gone on.
You can understand Justin Mikolev's thinking. Few teams have been able to really stifle Heidelberg in the way that they have in this game. Though their control on proceedings has maybe slipped a bit, South Melbourne, understandably so. The Burgers attacking for and eventually reaping some reward. Peel trying to pick out Carriage. Yamano up towards Furukawa, who plays it ahead of Taranto. And now space on the right-hand side for Tarrant. Tarrant cross inside. Now Yagi closest to it. So important for goalkeepers as well to remain alert. Can be easy this late in the game, particularly when you've been busy, as both of them have. To allow your concentration to dip just for a moment. This is Aska Miata. Nice first touch and got the shot on target, but never the power or placement to really challenge the goalkeeper. Furukawa saw Pantazopoulos on the left-hand side. Taranto might have a similar idea. Instead, she turns back to the right. Well won by Levin. And the drag back from Taranto and Miata, pretty clear to see right in front of the referee, and that will be just about the easiest decision that Shavsevern has to make this afternoon.
Yeah, I keep saying it, but I think if Taranto could have just got the ball out wide there, she had two players, one on her right, one on her left. I think it would have caused some problems for Heidelberg.
Substitution is made as Erin Tarrant is withdrawn for the remainder of this contest and makes way for Maya Hayson to play out the final minutes of the 90. Understandable, Tarrant has had quite the workload. What have you made of that battle between Tarrant and Pantazopoulos, which has been going on all afternoon?
Yeah, I think most of the ball, if we're talking about wide areas, has been down that left-hand side. So I think they've done both of them have done a lot of running and had a load of work, being super physical as well, and created a lot of opportunities. I think it's mainly come down that left-hand side. It's been a great battle between the both of them.
Well, there a replay of that Tamar Levin goal, which put the Burgers in front. It didn't last for long though before Nikki Furukawa found the equaliser. See the excitement from both teams in the aftermath of the goal. Both sets of players desperately want this Nike Cup crown. Bronte Peel for Heidelberg. Plays it in towards Matsuda, who returns the favour. Peel with the cross. Carriage the target. Edwards in prime position. Levin trying to get there ahead of Taranto. Now O'Donoghue. Didn't make the contact she was after, so it rolls fairly harmlessly towards Ayana Aoyagi. Here is Hason's first battle with Pantazopoulos. And Pantazopoulos getting the better of her foe. Hason coming across to the Burgers from Calder United. And has been a regular contributor in that backline this campaign, part of that squad depth that we've talked about throughout the broadcast, and which both teams really benefit. Free kick for TJ Vlanich to deliver. Met by the head of Levin. Byrne hoping to make things awkward for the Burgers defenders. That one sent towards Furukawa, but Mia Bailey did well off her line and claiming the ball before quickly releasing Matsuda. We saw in yesterday's Doherty Cup final that you can't get complacent until the final whistle goes. So as we head into the final 60 seconds of the 90, both teams will remain on high alert. So often we see these late goals, both teams throwing bodies forward. This is Pantazopoulos. That cross over the top of Bailey, it was an awkward one to deal with. Maybe targeting towards that back post and trying to catch the goalkeeper out. About 30 seconds time, expecting to see 4 minutes on the fourth official's board. 4 minutes for either of these teams to win the Nike Cup and avoid extra time. Donoghue snuck out into a bit of space on the far side of the pitch. There's Levin in board. Back to O'Donoghue. Looks towards Carriage and Matsuda. Yamano there to clear it away. Furukawa doing well to win out against Wild, but the pass left a little bit to be desired. The release for Westland. Mia Bailey has to come a long way from her goal line. Back out to Bomford. There were the shouts from the crowd to shoot. Now Matsuda. The game really stretched at the minute. That pass towards Carriage, slightly misplaced. And both teams, from the looks of things, will be throwing everything at these 4 minutes of stoppage time.
Yeah, I think there's just passes going a bit astray now, a few tired bodies.
Case in point, that Westland touch. If you're out there on the pitch, Adriana, what are you saying at this time? Are you just accepting that it's going to extra time? Are you throwing everything at the last 3 minutes?
I think throw everything at the last 3 minutes, but just a bit more controlled. I think, yeah, those passes going astray can be super frustrating. You know, you're on the attack, you're on the defence, attacking, defending. So I think, and that's also super tiring. So I'd definitely be telling everyone just to, yeah, calm down a little bit, keep the ball, hit your passes, and still throw everything at it, but just a little bit more controlled.
The best of both worlds.
Yeah.
Levin sending it out to Hasten on that right-hand side. And now O'Donoghue has numbers in the box. She pulls it towards Carriage. You saw the idea, but Carriage...
Tough angle.
Difficult angle, as you say, and off balance as well, I think. And skies it well clear of the goal. Final 2 minutes. Maybe one more chance either way. One of these teams to win the Nike Cup. Iamano getting ahead of Carriage. Really well effected challenge from Caitlin Carriage to win back the ball. And Westland doing the same against Bronte Peel. Miata, Carriage. Ricochets out to Hasten, back into the mixer. And it's a tired attempt at a clearance from Misha Westland. Carriage will pick up the ball. So tough to defend when you've been working as hard as these teams have for 90 minutes. And Caitlin Carriage, not for the first time, attempting to curl it inside that far post, and maybe it's copped a little bit of a blow on the way down as well. Sliding into the leg of Grace Taranto. Well, with 30 seconds remaining, at least of the allocated 4. And looking as if we'll be heading to extra time at the home of the Matildas. It's been an up and down contest, moments of real defensive play, really solid defensive play. Moments where it's been incredibly open and both teams have looked likely to score. One more chance for Heidelberg. Caitlin Carriage. So often the outlet. Carriage goes with the curler. Ayana Ayagi gratefully claims. And with that, will we be heading to extra time? Yes, we will. 1-1 the score after 90 minutes. South Melbourne threw everything at the Burgers for the first hour. They copped the ultimate sucker punch as Tamar Levin put Heidelberg ahead. Things look to be going right in the Burgers' direction, and they were well on track to head towards their second ever Nike Cup. But South Melbourne dragged it back. Nikki Furukawa with the equaliser just a few minutes later. As we go into extra time, the game remains really evenly poised, and I guess now is about as good as it was at the start of the game, Adriana Taranto.
Yeah, definitely. I'm calling it now. I think we're going to go to pens. Yeah, I just think both teams look, it's super transitional. I think we're going to go to pens here. I would assume there'd be a few subs being made now. I think coaches are going to start thinking about obviously the tired bodies, but also their penalty takers, and obviously you prepare for that. So I would assume we see a few more subs coming on, and it's going to be an interesting 30 minutes.
Well, we'll just have a brief intermission as both sets of players get some refreshments and have some chats with their coaching staff. Georgia Radjic is there right in the mix of the action. Georgia, we're heading to extra time.
I really thought it was going to be another massive opportunity for Heidelberg in similar fashion to how they won the grand final last year in the NPLW, where they would have had that last minute winner, but wasn't to be the case. Both teams looking pretty upright and happy. Everyone pretty much in a collective group. No one really having too many individual chats with the coaches as of yet, but I'll keep a keen eye on exactly what's happening in the respective huddles for both teams as well.
See there, Dennis Georgakopoulos dishing out the instructions. Justin Mikulev has done his team talk. Well, Adriana Taranto is someone who's been in this position before. What's your mindset as you're heading towards extra time? What kinds of conversations will be taking place?
I'm just thinking about how tired I am at this point. Just again, I think the best way to obviously score a goal is by keeping the ball. So I think it would just be trying to calm down, keep the ball. The distances between lines, keep them nice and tight. Obviously, we saw how open it did get in that last kind of 20 minutes. So I think just getting everyone, to settle, keep those lines tight, keep the energy high. Getting like the fuel with the waters, the Gatorades and all that, and just giving it everything you got pretty much. But definitely trying to keep the game less transitional would definitely be something I would be saying in that team huddle.
We just saw the stats pop up and not really telling a fair reflection of the game, I think, with Heidelberg having more shots on target.
Yeah, sometimes I think it comes down to the quality of the chances as well. I think Heidelberg have created a lot of chances, but South have probably had the better quality of chances. But again, it's the big one there for me is the shots on target as well. Heidelberg have had more shots on target than what South have. So, but at the end of the day, it's the ones that go in that counts, and still 1-1. So, I think it's going to be a really intense extra time.
Georgia, the full-time huddles have finished. Did you get any intel from those discussions?
Franny Iamano absolutely leading an impassioned plea to her team there in the huddle for South Melbourne. She was talking about this is what memories are made of, and if they really want it, this is the opportunity they have to go for. Really trying to bring that enthusiasm and drive to a team in a really crucial moment. She spoke in those media videos in the week as well about the fact that how hungry and desperate and, how angry she'll be on the pitch in order to get her team this trophy. And I think she's really brought that across in her final team huddle.
Yeah, a player like Franny Iamano would be so important in these kinds of situations. The intensity, the passion, the leadership that she can provide.
Yeah, I just know Franny's gonna keep that energy super high and give her teammates the confidence to go out there and win the game. And you do really need that person in the team. After 90 minutes, you're tired, you're frustrated. You need someone that's really going to lift you up and give you that energy. And I know players like Franny and TJ, that's what they're so good at. So no doubt she'll be revving the girls up to go out there and give it everything they've got.
Just about to get back underway. 30 minutes of extra time to be played. If the score remains level after the 30, we will head to penalties, as we saw with the Steph Catley play. And the referee's whistle restarts play. We see it time and time again that when a game does go to extra time, it becomes a real war of attrition. Who's got enough left in the tank? Individuals going on runs, trying to keep their defensive shape, both teams.
Yeah, and I think as much as, you're physically tired, it's the mental fatigue that can really play a role in the extra time part of the game. The decision making and making sure that stays sharp is something that you want to make sure that you're doing, especially in extra time.
Here's Miata. Turns out of trouble, Aska Miata. Clever ball as well. Shot though from Peel, right into the gloves of Ayana Aoyagi. Now, you correctly caught, Adriana, that we'd be going to extra time. Wait and see whether your prediction of penalties also proves to be correct. We've seen with the way that this game has gone, moments where it's been really tight and contested and moments when it's been really open and both teams have looked likely to score. We'll see how much we get of each of those sides of the coin in this extra time period. Here is Levin. Cross towards the back post where Peel is. Blanich getting there just ahead of Carriage. It's been a good first couple of minutes for Heidelberg. Georgia, of course, mentioning that Heidelberg left it till the very last minute to win that grand final against Preston last year. So we know that they're capable of doing damage late. They very nearly stole it at the death again. Here is Taranto making her run down the right-hand side. Still Grace Taranto. Cross along the deck. Vital save from Mia Bailey. Getting the leg out in the way. Vlanic back into the area, but over the head of Furukawa. Have to wonder when Justin Mikulev will make use of his bench. Undoubtedly some tired bodies from both sides out there. Hastings cross inside, hoping for Carriage. Almost fell the way of Levin, but Alana Byrne will use Liv Bumford. Well read by Wallhead. You hear the shouting of both teams as they look to ensure their teammates remain disciplined and in the positions they need. Edwards eventually loses patience and sends it up towards Miyata. Now Matsuda has the support of Levin, trying to release Carriage. Sliding effort keeps the chance alive. So nearly Sawa Matsuda. This time it's Heidelberg who go narrowly over the frame of the goal. Fair to say it's been a good opening 4 minutes to this extra time period for the Burgers. So we do have a slight injury concern for Liv Edwards. Helped back to her feet though by TJ Vlanic.
Yeah, I think it gets to the point of the game where everything starts to hurt.
We'll now see the substitution incoming. It's the end of the evening for Olivia Bumford, who's worked tirelessly in that middle of the park. And the replacement is Bella Sewards. Another body in midfield, maybe a slightly less attack-minded player, but no doubt still capable of hurting the opposition on the score sheet. Ball lofted over the top by Hayson. Byrne out in front of Westland. Good or surprised to see Bumford, the player, withdrawn. Gotta go get your mic working again there, Adriana, but was asking if you were surprised that Liv Bumford is the choice of withdrawal for Justin Mikulev, bringing in Bella Sewards. You understand those new fresh legs in the middle of the park?
Yeah, 100%. Not too surprising. I think Bumford was doing a great job, but I think just, in the middle of the park, a lot of running. I think if you're going to make a sub, you need someone that's going to come on and just, have the legs, really. But I thought Bumford was doing a really good job getting forward, creating a lot of opportunities as well. But, I just think it gets to this point in the game where you need some fresh legs.
Here are those fresh legs in Bella Seward. Uses Westland, who now sends it forward towards Taranto. Now Furukawa has Sewards on offer once more. Touch is heavy and into the path of Mia Bailey. Long range shot coming in. That one more comfortable for Ayana Aoyagi. Get the sense that both goalkeepers are enjoying the fact that the threats on their goal feel a little bit less substantial, just as players tire.
The first half, 100%.
Pantazopoulos, the target of that through ball. So difficult for the young electric player like Pantazopoulos to continue to do that, not just for 90 minutes, but 120.
Yeah, she's done such a great job using her speed down that wing, and the South have had some nice joy going down that left-hand side and create a lot of opportunities. But to do it for 120 minutes is tough, so...
Really seeing that attritional battle that you so often have in extra time periods. The game has slowed right down. Both teams just escalating their energy when it's in and around the penalty area for those big moments. Heidelberg have taken, I think, control of the contest. It's been almost exclusively played in the South Melbourne half, this first 8 minutes of additional time.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of long balls like that. Just getting people to run, and I think again it's so important now, even when you are tired, just to get a bit closer, play the shorter passes, keep that controlled possession, because when it starts to get so transitional, you can see how frustrating it is for the players.
Equally does create opportunities when there is that space or a gap in the defence to run into. Of course, as you say, so hard for the players when they're running out of fuel to take advantage of it when they do have a space in front of them to run into. Here is Furukawa, turning into the path of O'Donoghue. Peel uses Carriage. Goes central, but turnover again. Now a chance for Westland. Out towards Pantazopoulos. The player has remained down behind play. I think that's Nikki Furukawa.
Yeah, I think those miss-hit passes are really killing both sides at the moment. You can see both teams are winning the ball back and going forward, and then there's a miss-hit pass or a stray pass, and they're back on the defence, and it's really kind of making that game very transitional. And I think both teams aren't able to get into any kind of flow. So I think just if both teams can just keep that ball a little bit more in their front half and not give it away so cheaply, I think they'll find a bit more joy and create a few more chances as well.
Well, as Nikki Furukawa receives some support for her cramp, South Melbourne will make a substitution. It's the end of the night for Alexis Pantazopoulos, who on the big stage has certainly shown the potential that she possesses and will no doubt continue to wreak havoc for Victorian and Australian defences in the years to come. That creates an opportunity for the youngster, Heidi Dalton, just 16 years of age. She will play out the final 20 minutes of this contest. Well, you mentioned before, Adriana, how the young players can provide that energy.
Yeah, for sure. I'd be telling Heidi there just to chase every ball, go for everything. That's what you want your young players doing, coming on, and even just your subs in general. Come on, use the energy they've got, the fresh legs to really just give it to the other team.
Here's Levin. Pulls the trigger from a long way out. That one never likely to test Ayana Aoyagi. The game has slowed right down. Georgia Rajic, how are things looking on the benches?
About how substitutes they can have with the additional extra time so, of course, a big extra time about South Melbourne and extra substitute. See both teams more or less and use all the substitution windows available to them in this next 19 or so minutes of football.
Thanks for that, Georgia, as we see Tamar Levin once again lurking just outside the penalty area. Still continuing her run is Levin. Well, you can forgive the goal scorer for taking on the responsibility to go alone. One though she was pushed right into an awkward position and never likely to threaten from there. For South Melbourne in this position, having been pinned back really for almost the entire extra time period thus far. Are you just hoping to get to the half-time of the extra time before resetting and going again, or are you trying to find those counter-attacks?
I think maybe just trying to find those counter-attacks, but it's those little balls and those balls that they're giving them away just too cheaply, and it's just creating a lot of pressure for them, and as soon as they go attack, they're on the defence again. So I think they've just got to get a hold of the ball a little bit more and, yeah, probably see out the half and try and create some chances if they can.
Peel trying to pick out Matsuda. TJ Vlanic, who's been an integral component of this South Melbourne defence in the game. You've been so complimentary, Adriana, of how well the team has kept their line. No surprise with the quality and experience that they have back there.
Yeah, TJ's such a great player, a great defender that she'll run all day, and just the experience she has, it's going to be super important, especially in extra time and in a game like this.
Foul called there with the missed time challenge from Iamano on Levin. And so that paves the way for a free kick to be sent in. Camberero, the player who will deliver. Guerrero sends it in deep. Carriage was the nearest to it, but Haffenden dealt with it expertly. The retreat comes to Hasten, who sends it right back towards the goalkeeper, Ayana Aoyagi. Well, she's maybe had less to do than her opposite number tonight, Ayana Aoyagi, but every time the ball's come her way, you felt she's dealt with it really comfortably and given that sense of solidity at the back for South.
Yeah, for sure, and I think as a goalkeeper and as a player, you might not touch the ball a lot in a game, but the touches you do have, you want them to be quality, and that goes across the park. Even with, the subs coming on, you might only get 1 or 2 touches, but if they're quality touches or, a goal or something like that, that's what you want.
Into additional time of the first extra time period. Chance here for Heidelberg to strike late. That ball, though, asks too much of O'Donoghue. Now Sewards, hoping to send away for Ikawa. It's a similar, or a familiar pattern.
I think that's just the story at the moment. Both teams have had counter-attacks and really promising chances, but it's just that final pass. And like I was saying before, it's not just the physical fatigue, it's the mental fatigue, and I think we can see that playing in a bit with some of the decisions that are being made.
We're just a matter of seconds away from another brief intermission as we prepare for the final 15 minutes of action. And indeed, the referee's whistle confirms that will happen now. So one more opportunity for the coaches to talk to their respective players. One more period of play to come in which one of these teams could perhaps win the Nike Cup. Otherwise, we will be heading for penalties. You predicted at the start of the extra time period that we'd be going to penalties, and it's looking an awful lot like that at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting now to see what decisions coaches make. You're putting on your attacking players and maybe changing formation, going a 3 at the back and throwing everything at it, or are you the team that's happy to go to penalties and locking it down at the back, going to a 4 block or something and seeing out the game? So it's interesting what the plans that the coaches would have, or which team would be more comfortable going into those penalties, if that does happen.
Yeah. Go down to Georgia Radjic to see if we can get any intel from what's going on in the respective huddles. Georgia, near the Heidelberg squad, what are you hearing?
Yes, I'm definitely hearing a lot of work directed to Matsuda about the fact that it is a lot of the work on her. Mia Bailey also really leading a lot of the charge in that huddle too, gives Matsuda a bit of a pat on the head on the way back in. So Heidelberg very much up and about, first team back on the pitch. The final words now being directed to South Melbourne from head coach Jake McAuliffe. So it does seem to be both teams. Neither teams seem to be particularly fatigued. I think a lot of the time when you get to these points of important cup finals and finals nonetheless, that you'll see team members getting treatment, but neither team seem to be requiring any help from their medics. They're up and about and they're ready to go play this final 15.
Well, we see Heidelberg, South Melbourne rather, just near their bench doing their final huddle as we take one more look at the goals, which have us at 1-1. Tamar Levin opening the scoring for the Burgers. And Nikki Furukawa with the equaliser for South, right through the legs of the goalkeeper. By my records, this the first Nike Cup final to ever go to extra time. Would of course therefore be the first to go to penalties if we are to end up there. Wonder also how this would affect both of these teams' remainder of their league season. Heidelberg don't have to stress too much about their final few games. I think they only need 1 point from their last 3 games to secure the premiership and top spot. But for South Melbourne, they're right in the midst of a serious battle for finals. So they'll be, well, you wouldn't be taking it easy now because there's a silverware on offer, but that'll certainly be another concern for Justin Mikulev as he heads into the final 15 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think many Justin will be too worried about that. I think he'd be throwing everything at this game and probably just thinking about dealing with whatever comes after of it. But winning definitely helps the recovery process, I think. So the girls will, yeah.
Well, the nature of the timing of the Cup finals and how these games work, just a handful of weeks remaining in the NPLW Victoria season, then a finals campaign to come. These players, no doubt a number of them carrying injuries and knocks and not totally comfortable. The desperation to win silverware is clear to see as O'Donoghue tries her luck from outside the area. Here is Dalton, charging down the right-hand side. Cross along the deck. Chance remains alive now for Taranto. And Heidelberg scramble the ball clear. You can just see in that last passage of play the extra energy that Dalton has, a player who's only come on about 10 minutes ago. Now it's South Melbourne doing the attacking. Taranto and Furukawa attempt the exchange. Just ricochets into Mia Bailey's gloves.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super important for South to use her. You know, making those in the midfield, making decisions on where to play the ball. You want to be playing it to the person who's just come on and is a bit fresher and kind of making them work and making them run. So, yeah, if I was South, I'd be looking to get the ball out to her as much as possible.
This is Peel for Heidelberg. Threatens turning in onto her right, instead forced to retreat to Barrero. Barrero hoofs it towards the area. Now Matsuda threatens the turn, instead falls to the feet of Miyata. Back to Matsuda now. Sawa Matsuda slipping as she shot. Caitlin Karich with the attempt. And Hanayana Aoyagi worried for a moment, but wide of the post. First time that we've seen a player taking a slip as they've attempted a shot from that kind of position. You've been in this position, Adriana. Is it more the physical or the mental fatigue that's really starting to take its toll?
I think the mental, I think, you know, like I said, the decision making and stuff kind of goes, it's not as sharp as it was obviously in the first kind of part of the game, but I don't know about everyone else, but I would just be thinking as well about the pens now. I think that the little bit of anxiety also starts to come into play about, you know, if you're the person taking a penalty. I think, yeah, I'm always pushing extra hard physically in this stage, just wanting to score so that we don't have to go to penalties. That's just me, but yeah, I think physically, you just keep pushing as much as you can and try to stay as sharp as possible. But yeah, the mental fatigue, I think, is definitely the one that causes the most issues.
Chance here for Peel as Heidelberg look to avoid the penalties. Sent in towards Carriage, who wins back the ball. Caitlin Carriage. It was a nice idea. And that one a little bit closer than some of her recent attempts, but once again, Ayana Aoyagi content to watch it sail well off target. Is that a common thing in your experience, Adriana, to really not like the penalties and just want to avoid it at all costs?
I don't know many people who like going to penalties, but yeah, I really don't like them. I think it's just well, if you win, it's great, but if you lose, it's a really cruel way to lose a game. But yeah, just not a fan.
Well, it's for games like this that they exist. Needing a tiebreaker between two teams who otherwise cannot be separated. Yamano hoping to find Taranto. Now Peel wrestling with the South Melbourne captain. Still got some time to go before we get there. We did get a little bit of insight pre-game from Heidelberg. We'll pause that thought as O'Donoghue continues her run down the left-hand side, cross inboard, sent away. That there's a possibility of a goalkeeper substitution if we are indeed headed for penalties from the Burgers. We'll see if that does indeed take place. And if we end up still level at 120 minutes, this is Taranto looking to avoid that outcome. Wallhead there to send it clear. And now some space for Matsuda. Centrally towards Peel. Huffington best placed. Edwards doing well to get her leg up to send the ball forward, and the referee's whistle will give South Melbourne a reprieve. Blanic, the player, a little worse for wear. Well, Georgia on the sidelines, the team's perhaps getting ready to head towards penalties.
It does look that way, Oscar, but of course, Steph Galea going to go warm up now. I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be a substitution happening very shortly there with her to come on. It does look like it will be Steph at the next break as well, but just curious about that, what we were talking about. She was the only player warming up in that instance for Heidelberg. All the South Melbourne players are still in an active warm-up, so not surprised that Steph is now going to be the player introduced in the game.
If anything, the only real surprise is that it's taken this long to see Steph Galea.
Yeah, honestly, that's a
long range attempt comes in, tipped over the bar by Mia Bailey. Very nearly South Melbourne.
Yeah, what a great save.
Yeah, as you were saying, Adriana, the chance for Galea to come in, not sure if carrying some kind of injury concern, as Furukawa's attempt skimmed over the top.
Yeah, I am surprised to see Steph come on this late in the game. I think, you know, she's a player, like I said at the start, that lives for these type of games and always seems to be up and about and ready for them. So, yeah, I thought she might have come on a little bit earlier, but if you want a player coming on in these types of games, it's definitely Steph.
Hearing that it might be to replace Caitlin Carrick, even when Steph Galea gets her chance. First, though, Heidelberg have to contend with this corner. Just a brief discussion between our referee and some of the players before the ball is sent in. Lanich to deliver. It's at the front post, and Heidelberg have numbers there. Lanich thought about going right back into the mixer. Instead, goes the more conservative approach, sending it to Iamano. This is Haffenden. Tries the cross and will take another corner. This really testing the Heidelberg defence and the mental resolve. Dealing with repeated balls into the penalty area. At this late stage, just over 5 minutes of regulation time in the extra time period remaining. Lanich sends it in again. This one's got a little bit more depth. At the front post, the shot from Taranto. Heidelberg get the ball clear. Oh, just for a moment you thought that maybe South were going to pinch it in the 115th minute. There's still plenty of time for either team. South Melbourne have turned the pattern of play in this extra time period right on its head.
Yeah, they've been super dangerous with their set pieces. As we see here, TJ always whipping in a great ball, and it was a great block. I think it was Carrick as well. So Heidelberg doing really well to soak up the pressure. But I think, yeah, those set pieces are a way in to score a goal here as well.
We will now see that substitution. It's Caitlin Carrick who will be withdrawn. We've seen the attacking threat that she poses really throughout the match. Just hasn't quite had that finishing product in this game. And well, what a player to bring on in Steph Galea, the only player who featured in Heidelberg's previous Nike Cup win, their only previous Nike Cup final, the 4-0 win against Berlin in 2016. And in 2025, Steph Galea is onto the park in another Nike Cup final. As things stand, her team is on the back foot, but hoping to change that is Levin. Uses the supporting run of O'Donoghue, who breaks clear of the Westland pressure. And here is Galea. Levin. Step over before turning back inside. South Melbourne defending effectively. Charging out of defence was Bella Sewards, but the pass leaves a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, again, I think it's just that decision-making late in the game. I thought Sewards probably should have come out to this right-hand side.
It is such an unusual position to be in as a player, a game so stretched, so tired. Here's Heidi Dalton for South Melbourne. Goes with the cross. Westland was the target, but Barrero better positioned. Still South Melbourne continue. Alana Byrne from a long way out, Alana Byrne. Well, how would that have been as a way to win the Nike Cup? Mia Bailey, I think, a deep breath of relief as she took strong control of that ball. Even those simple, straightforward ones can start to feel rather difficult at this stage in a game. So much on the line. Every player on the pitch knowing that one mistake, one slip up could cost your team.
Yeah, I think that's where, players won't take too many risks, and a lot of just, bombing it forward, getting out of defence, not taking many risks this late in the game as well.
Hayson coming out of her defensive line to send the ball forward, just trying to keep it in play and get it as far up the pitch as possible. We have under 2 minutes remaining in the 120. Any goal now would surely be the winner. And well, we're better to just about finish than where we started off for so much of today with the offside flag up. Both teams' defensive lines getting plenty of credit for their work in making life difficult for the opposition. Tough to stay onside. And after that scramble on the halfway line, the end result is a yellow card. I believe shown to Bella Sewards, and Heidelberg with the opportunity to send the ball forward themselves, having spent most of the last 10-15 minutes on the back foot. Heidelberg not committing too many bodies forward. They do have a strong line of, I think, 5 players just on the edge of the penalty area. Not wanting to risk too many of their defensive units at this stage in the game. Hasten with the delivery. Flick on header. Continuing the attack is Levin, and there's a scuffed shot from Askimiata. So we're about to find out how much time there will be. Maybe one more attempt for either team to win this game. And from the looks of things, South Melbourne are readying a substitution. So a penalty specialist perhaps about to be brought into the game.
Yeah, it looks like they're hurrying to get her on as well.
I think it's Akeisha Sandhu who Justin Mikulev wants to bring on, one of the experienced heads in this team. Ball does have to go out of play for that to happen. So we'll see if there's time. Between now and then, though, Heidelberg hoping to win it. Galia's cross. Well, she slipped as she made contact. And once again for Raquel with a release. Once again, the offside flag. That should, though, allow the substitution to be made. And Akeisha Sandhu, from the looks of things, coming on for Heidi Dalton. So the sub is being subbed. You can understand the decision, one of the youngest players on the park, maybe not wanting to expose her to too much pressure and risk. And a much more experienced head in Akeisha Sandhu will perhaps take a penalty as South Melbourne try to claim their first ever Nike Cup.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a planned thing for Akeisha, probably to take a penalty.
Looks to be the only substitution in the offing ahead of the shootout, unless one of these teams can win it in. But surely they are the final minute of play, the final seconds. O'Donoghue on the left-hand side. Thinks about going herself, has both Sandhu and Diamano to contend with. Now Westland for South. Again looks towards Furukawa. We're going to penalties. Heidelberg and South Melbourne cannot be separated after 120 minutes. And so the first Nike Cup final that went to extra time also becomes the first Nike Cup final to go to penalties. Adriana Taranto.
Yep. Yeah, I think two great teams just can't be separated. Both with numerous opportunities, and yeah, we've ended with 1-1, and now it's the dreaded penalty shootout. And I think at this stage it's just whoever can just, you know, hold their nerve, and which keepers can pull out the more saves, I guess. But yeah, definitely a very tight contest, and I actually didn't know it was the first time it's gone to pens and extra time. There you go.
Well, we've got our full fill of football this afternoon.
Yeah.
The Steph Catley played also going to penalties. That one didn't have an extra time period. We've already got the drama And all of our money's worth from this afternoon into this evening. Strategy being discussed. What would be the kinds of conversations going on at the moment, Adriana? Would the penalty deciders have already been determined ahead of the game? They would already know?
I would assume so, yeah. I think definitely any time I've gone into games where you're potentially going to play extra time and penalties, you've practiced it throughout the week and you kind of know the order and who's taking the penalties, and you practice that throughout the week. So I just think it's pick your spot, be confident, and just step up and get it done. And it's definitely something I think both teams would have been practicing during the week and have it already sorted out.
We see the conversation between Mia Bailey and Franny Iamano to work out the order and the side from which penalties will be taken. Such a big moment for both goalkeepers as well. Georgia Radjic will throw to you one more time before the result is decided. Did you get any intel from your eavesdropping on any of the conversations?
Well, great timing there, Oscar. Yeah, having a listen into both definitely does seem like they had preset what their penalty takers would be in the week leading up, but going on base both the conversations. Dennis Georgakopoulos for Heidelberg United telling his players, you've picked your spot, be relaxed, just go for it. So it does sound like it has been something heavily practiced in training recently for Heidelberg United, and that's what he's really just telling his players, to commit where they've always gone and be relaxed while they do it.
No doubt both of these teams, as has been said, would have trained really hard and practiced these penalties, but so hard to replicate the conditions of the actual day, the actual having played 120 minutes of football, and all the pressure that comes with it.
Yeah, unfortunately it's not something you can replicate at training. You know, you practice it as much as possible, but at training you're obviously much more relaxed and, there's not as much pressure. So that it does help, training and practicing, but these situations are very different when, like you said, you played 120 minutes, so you're physically fatigued, you're mentally fatigued, then there's that added pressure and anxiety and nerves that comes with it. But just like Georgia said, the coaches would both be saying, be relaxed, you've done everything you can to this point, just pick your spot and be confident when you're hitting it.
Well, the penalties will be taken to the right of screen, so towards the side where the other pitches are here, the other football pitches are here at the home of the Matildas. You see the players around the fans around the fence making their way towards that end of the park, as we see the final chapter play out from the 2025 Nike Cup final. An epic it has been. The penalty shootout, probably a fair enough way to settle it.
As much as I hate them, you're probably right.
Ayana Aoyagi and Mia Bailey. The little handshake before. They both will understand how each other are feeling at this stage. We just wait to see who is going to be the first player to come out and take their penalty. South Melbourne will be first to go, and making her way to attempt the very first penalty of this shootout is Grace Taranto. Taranto, she's a player with A-League experience. Returned to South Melbourne this campaign from Berlin. Has seen most things in Victorian football, albeit in her young career. And she will look to give South Melbourne the lead in the Nike Cup final penalty shootout. Cool penalty from Grace Taranto. Had Mia Bailey diving the wrong way and calmly slotted it into the open space.
Yeah, cool, calm, confident penalty that was. Picked her spot, hit it nicely, and sent the keeper the wrong way. Good way to start it off for South.
From the looks of things, it'll be the scorer for Heidelberg, Tamar Levin, to get things started for the Burgers. South Melbourne, of course, with the advantage of going first. Heidelberg will be doing the chasing unless they're able to make a save. Mia Bailey, that is. Tamar Levin hoping to bring things level for the Burgers. It's a save from Ayana Aoyagi. Brilliant from the goalkeeper, diving to her right. It was a well-placed pen from all accounts. But Aoyagi got there in time and tips it wide of the post.
Yeah, I think that was just a really good save. Ayana just went, I guess, the right way. Yeah, she read that really well.
It's destined for the bottom corner. Ayana Aoyagi has done South Melbourne a massive favour. TJ Vlanich, we're seeing the experienced head.
Taking her time.
And having made the early save, Ayana Aoyagi, this is a real opportunity for South Melbourne to assert their authority in this shootout, to go 2-0 ahead. Would be a major advantage. She skies it, TJ Vlanich. Well, who saw that coming?
Yeah, that was unexpected.
TJ Vlanich, one of the most experienced players on the pitch, went for power and thundered it down the middle. But too much power in the end and over the crossbar. So Heidelberg United straight away with an opportunity to bring things back level. It'll be the substitute Maya Hayson. I don't know about you, Adriana, but I'm still in shock from that TJ Vlanich
that's
attempt.
Unexpected from TJ. Just got under the ball a bit too much.
Hayson to equalise. Aoyagi again. 2 from 2 for the South Melbourne goalkeeper.
Yeah, you can just see her confidence growing. That was a big save from Ayana.
And the South Melbourne goalkeeper has taken a couple steps towards making herself a real hero at this club. Once again, it was an attempt at power down the middle. And now Nikki Furukawa will attempt to give South Melbourne the 2-goal advantage. Seeing a lot of power down the middle. Furukawa, the scorer for South Melbourne in this game, goes to the corner. That's an excellent penalty.
Just picked her spot.
And South Melbourne are edging closer. 2 penalties scored to 0. Heidelberg do have a chance to close that gap with their next spot kick. And it's Camberero who is heading up to the penalty spot. This is a must score for Heidelberg. It's never easy when you're coming up against a goalkeeper filled with confidence, and Ayana Aoyagi certainly is that at the moment. Camberero for Heidelberg. Off the frame of the goal and out. Well, that goal frame, which has done so much for Heidelberg in this game, in a cruel twist of fate, may well be their undoing.
And then the person they've brought on to take the pen is to win the game.
And it's the penalty specialist substitute, Akeisha Sandhu. Who more fitting to win South Melbourne their first Nike Cup than Akeisha Sandhu? She still needs to get the job done. Mia Bailey doing her best to deny her experienced foe. It's Akeisha Sandhu. South Melbourne win the Nike Cup.
Great pen.
Cool and collected. And Akeisha Sandhu's finish into the bottom corner sends the South Melbourne players and fans into raptures. Ayana Aoyagi, 2 sensational saves.
I definitely didn't see that coming.
Heartbreak for the Burgers. They were in front in this Nike Cup final. Tamar Levin's goal did it. Pegged back by Nikki Furukawa's goal. And when it came to the penalties, South Melbourne were just that much better.
Yeah. What a performance from Ayana to make those two saves to start it off. I think just gave not just her but her whole team confidence and breathing room. Taking those pens, I think, yeah, as a player, well, as a keeper, you want to give your teammates breathing room, taking those pens and confidence, and I think that's exactly what she did.
South Melbourne win the Nike Cup for the first time in their history. 4 defeats they'd suffered, no goals they'd scored in knockout cup finals before today. Now they've addressed both of those. They've got themselves a goal and they've got themselves a Nike Cup. Georgia Radjic is down in amongst the players, trying to get to Ayana Aoyagi, the hero goalkeeper. Georgia, how are you faring?
Well, it is pandemonium down here in the pitch, and I'm here with the penalty shootout here. Yana, how does that feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. I mean, I'm sorry. It feels amazing. You know, you strive for these moments as a footballer, and as a goalkeeper, it's a tough way to lose. No credit to them, but man, it's an awesome way to win.
South Melbourne's first ever Nike FC Cup. You've been in finals a couple of times. The club has a history. Haven't scored in a Nike FC Cup final before, but to get there, to come back and equalise, and then to get there on penalties, that must be something special.
Oh, it is. Nobody wants to go 120 minutes and then go into pens, but you know, we've worked hard for this moment, and we buried it today. We did the job. We did the job, and we're bringing home the trophy. So let's go.
Well, I'll let you go celebrate with your teammates, but fantastic work from you, especially in that penalty shootout. Congratulations. Go celebrate.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Well,
back to you, Oscar.
Well, you could see the joy on Ayana Aoyagi's face. That's the face of a player who's just had one of the best moments of their career. She was pumped.
Yeah, I think, I've heard a lot of people say penalty shootouts are made for goalkeepers, and I think if you do what she just did, they definitely are. And I think she definitely deserved it. She made some great saves during the game, and just gave her team confidence in that shootout. So credit to her, and congratulations to South for winning the Nike Cup.
I mean, all things considered, it's hard to argue that South don't deserve it. They created the better opportunities. They came closer to goal throughout the match. They had to work their way back from that 1-goal deficit. And Georgia Radjic is ready, we believe now, with the scorer of the winning penalty.
Yes, I'm here with the scorer of the winning penalty, Akeisha Sandhu. Akeisha, you lifted the trophy as one of the co-captains on this very pitch 2 years ago in 2023. You scored the winner today to lift the Nike FC Cup for the first time in South Melbourne's history. How does that feel as a player for this club?
To be honest, it's been a long time coming. We've had 3 times in the final for a Nike FC Cup final and lost. So to get the win for the team and for the club means a lot. It means everything.
And you've travelled overseas in between the last finals win that you've had in South Melbourne, come back.
For me, honestly, it feels like home. I'm grateful that their arms are always open to me, and I had the opportunity to go and play overseas and do what I wanted. So yeah, it's awesome.
And obviously you didn't play pretty much the last substitute with like the dying seconds of extra time. Was it always the plan to bring you on to take a penalty if that came to it?
Grateful that the coaches wanted to put me on, but penalties are my thing. Like, I always take them, so yeah, it's my thing to do.
Well, I mean, take them you did. You won your team a trophy. That has to be something special. How do you feel going now to go celebrate with the team?
To be honest, it feels like a long time coming. Like, I'm grateful that I was able to do that for the team, and to be honest, it's an amazing feeling. Yeah.
Well, all the best. Go celebrate and enjoy.
Thanks so much.
Well, some really nice moments there between a few of the South Melbourne players. You can see how chuffed Akeisha Sandhu is, of course, as well. She looks cool and composed, though, even in that interview, just like her penalty.
Yeah, Akeisha's another quality player, and she's always been a calm and composed player. And, you know, like she said, penalties are a thing, and if you've got a player who is confident taking penalties, then that's exactly the person that you want to score the winning penalty. So even just the way that it worked, that it was her, you know, scoring or taking that last penalty to win the game, I don't think you would want anyone better to do it. So, yeah, credit to her and credit to them for preparing it and, yeah, getting the job done, like she said.
Well, what a week it's turned into, a weekend for South Melbourne, this famous historic club. 2 pieces of silverware added to their trophy cabinets across their men's and women's programs. And well, in a season where they're still fighting for their finals hopes, and that's still to be played out in the final few weeks of the campaign. I mean, to recover as they had from losing their coach midway through the season, to rebalance, get things back on track, still in the hunt for finals, but to come away with a piece of silverware, it's a really impressive achievement from all at the club.
Yeah, and like I said before, sometimes it's what you need. Maybe it's just a fresh face coming into fresh coach coming in and changing a few things. And I think if you get the players to kind of buy into that and give it everything they've got, then yeah, you can see how it can change a team. And yeah, just credit to them for getting that job done and bringing the silverware home.
Well, we are just seeing now the scenes in the aftermath. We'll see the presentation soon as South Melbourne will receive their trophy. Fair to say, all things considered, Adriana, a cup final that lived up to the hype. It was an end-to-end thrilling, momentum-swinging contest.
Yeah, definitely. I did think it was going to be an arm wrestle today. You know, you got 2 quality teams that I didn't think one was going to really take over the other, so I think it was expected. Just 2 quality teams fighting it out, and I think fair enough result with South coming out on top, just with the quality of chances that they created throughout the game. But credit to Heidelberg, they also had some great chances, and it really could have gone either way. So, like you said, as much as I hate them, I think the penalties was a fair way to find the eventual winner.
Well, as we wait for everything to be set up for the presentation, we will leave you just as that begins. A really wonderful occasion, a wonderful celebration of Victorian women's football. And as we're about to enter that presentation, from myself, Oscar Rutherford, alongside Matilda A-League and NPLW Victoria star Adriana Taranto. That's all the time that we have. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Well, a big hello once again and welcome everybody. We are so thrilled to commence our post-match presentation for the 2025 Nike FC Cup Final, the 13th edition of this competition since Women's Cup football resumed in 2012. My name's Candy. It's a pleasure to be hosting with you and my son Sunny tonight. We're so thrilled to be here on this absolutely fantastic occasion. We begin by acknowledging the Wurundjeri people as the traditional owners of the land that we have the pleasure of gathering and meeting upon today. We pay our respects to elders past and present and any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that are present here with us this evening. We acknowledge the beautiful spiritual connection that the Bunurong people have with the land, water, skies and country, along with their deep connection to community, culture, traditions, aspirations, creations, knowledge, and, of course, to football. We're proud to walk together with Victoria's First Nations people on a journey to reconciliation. I would love to start by saying a very big thank you to everybody who's here. Please put your hands together, all our attendees today, for being here for our Nike FC Cup final between South Melbourne FC and Heidelberg United FC. We'd love to extend that gratitude a little bit further as well to the entire football community, both clubs, administrations, players, coaches, matches officials, and of course the incredible volunteers, not just for today, but for the ongoing support to grow the game in Victoria. We'd love to say a very big thank you to our official partner, Nike, and for all of their support in bringing together this incredible day for women's football. We'd also love to thank our major partners, La Trobe University and Victoria State Government, and our support partners, Sharp EIT, Vintage Customs, Sports Aid, Badges and Medals, Macron, Jets Fitness, and Red Bull. Please put your hands together for all of our sponsors. We're very excited to move into our presentations right now. Can I please welcome to the stage Football Victoria's Head of Referees, Tom Elliott, to present the Referees Medal. We'd love to start off with presenting the fourth official, Lauren White. Assistant referees, Nicoletta Soteropoulos and Helena Panayotidis. And referee, Shab Saban. Please put your hands together for all of today's referees. Please now welcome to the stage former Matilda and Football Victoria Hall of Fame inductee and life member Teresa Dees to present the award named in her honour for the best player in the Nike FC Cup final. This year, the Teresa Dees Medal is awarded to, from South Melbourne, number 14, Misha Vlanic. Once again, please put your hands together for Misha. We would now like to say a very big congratulations to our runners-up. So to do that, please welcome to the stage Football Victoria's Board Director, Elena Niteiros, to hand out the runners-up medal. Can we please invite the entire team up? Congratulations to Heidelberg United on a valiant effort today, and please welcome up their captain, Steph Galea, to say a few words. You don't have to stand with me.
Firstly, I'd like to thank Football Victoria and all the sponsors for making today's event possible. I'd also like to thank all the supporters for coming out today. Your presence was definitely felt, and thank you for supporting women's football. I'd also like to thank our coaches, our physios, and the whole board for coming down and supporting us. Getting us ready for the game, preparing us the best way possible. Special shout out to the physio. It's not very common at this time of the year to have full squad to select from, so thank you. To South Melbourne, congratulations. It's always a great game when we play each other. You just played your heart out today, and yeah, congratulations. All the best for the rest of the season. To my girls, I'm so proud of you all. You played your heart out today, and I couldn't ask for anything more. Obviously, penalties is a tough way to lose, but I just want you guys to keep your head up, regroup, because we've got a big month of football coming up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steph. Once again, please put your hands together for our runners-up today, Heidelberg United. Now to present the winners' medals, can we please welcome Football Victoria's Board Deputy Chair, Lee Sammartino. As we call up your name, please come up to collect your winner's medal. From South Melbourne, number 1, put your hands together for Christina Esposito. To number 3, Annabelle Haffenden. Number 6, Isabella Sewards. Number 8, Akisha Sandhu. Number 9, Olivia Bomford. Number 10, Raquel Deralis. Number 14, your Teresa D's medal winner, Misha Vlanic. Number 15, Olivia Edwards. Number 16, Nikki Furukawa. Number 17, Dragana Klajic. Number 19, Tyler Vlanic. Number 20, Alan Byrne. Number 22, Grace Toronto. Number 25, Heidi Dalton. Number 32, Ayana Ayagai. And number 47, Alexis Pantazopoulos. Please make welcome as well your captain, number 7, Francesca Hermano. And welcoming up head coach Justin McAuliffe.
Whenever. Is it on? Test. It's working? Awesome. I've been told that I've got a time limit on this, so I'm going to keep it short and sharp. Obviously, just want to thank Nike, FFE for the event. It was great. Obviously, I think we gave all of you a real run for everyone's money, so that's great. Just want to start off with Heidelberg, Steph, your team. You girls should be so proud of yourselves, honestly. If we had to be faced with anyone in this final, I'm so glad it was you guys. What you guys have been through the last couple of months and how you guys have stuck together is a real testament not only to you guys but to the whole club. I just want to call you guys out and thank you personally because honestly you guys really gave us a run for our money. So if everyone could just thank Heidelberg. Thanks, girls. Obviously, thanks to everyone that came out, supporters, our club, everyone that's supporting us back there. What you guys do for us, it speaks volumes, and we couldn't have done this without any of you. So Nick, Ash, Theo, Arthur, oh my God, I don't even know who else I could say, Gabby, Angelo, Effie, Bill, Helen, team managers, everything, Ash, coaching staff, thank you guys so much. Just want to obviously say thank you to Justin and Steve. Came in halfway through the Stephen. No pun intended. Halfway through the season, and what you guys have done for us, we thank you so much, and couldn't have had better coaches to lift the trophy with. So thank you so much. Thanks to them. Sorry, last bit. All right, to the girls. You should be so proud of yourselves. We dug deep. So proud. I just want to say a special mention to someone. I'm not sure if a lot of you know that I had some pretty big shoes to fill at the start of the season when I took over from captaincy from Danny, who's expecting a little one and unfortunately couldn't play the season with us. But what she's done for me and been in my corner and allowed me to lead this team has been insane. So I can't accept this award without her. So Danny, come on. Come accept the award with us. Thank you, everyone, and I'm going to wrap this up so we can celebrate. Thank you so much.
Beautifully spoken, Fran. Thank you so kindly. I would love to introduce now next to me, we've got South Melbourne champion Gabriella Juliana to present the fantastic 2025 Nike FC Cup. Please hand it over. And as she does that, I present to you the 2025 Nike FC Cup winners! Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today. We really appreciate you coming out and supporting our football club and the sport. Have a beautiful evening and get home safely.